All right.
That is a good question. Do we have any rolls?
Yeah, we'll get to that in downtime
Oh, okay.
because you guys
Thank
are
you.
standing around waiting. So I would assume you'll get a couple of rolls in. And I believe I posted how many you get on Discord this week, so we could quicken that up, if I remember correctly.
I know how many I got.
None. 'Cause
Sammy.
You've only had downtime.
Only downtime.
Only downtime. How wonderful. So yeah,
Downtime in the strictest sense of the word, too.
Can I ask a question real quick?
yeah.
How old is Morali?
She's a young dwarf. She's almost an adult. She's like 45.
Is she cute?
Yeah, she's pretty cute.
All right. Just checking.
I mean, you can look at her token if you want. I mean,
I needed an excuse to figure out why I rolled so low.
that's really funny.
That's awesome.
So you guys are traveling back by boat to town, and there's several other passengers on this boat, Adam. It makes a detour at the request of the Crown on the way back. So it takes you a couple of days longer to get back than you expected, to be honest. It has to swing over towards Setnovia and pick up some passengers. And so
It's going to like a port instead to pick up Setnovia.
Yep, it's going to the capital to pick up some passengers. Because the Empire does not want these particular passengers arriving on one of their own ships, and you don't really know what that's all about. But as you head over to Setnovia, there's also some dwarves traveling with you and some other stuff going on that are, pretty typical ferrying between the two sides of the Empire. Getting on this boat, however, is a 30-year-old young woman who's dressed like she's maybe in junior high. She's got a big black and pink hat on, some fairly skimpy outfits. She has perched on her shoulder a raven that has the head of a cat. Accompanying her are
okay.
are a fire genasi, a kenku, a turtle, and this really out of place, very kind looking human girl. But they're all teenagers except for this one who's older and acts like a teenager. So, yeah. And the ship attempts to seclude them, but they're just not having any of it.
They're not.
They're all over this boat. They're just being Teen Girl Squad, basically. So
Teen Girl Squad.
Yep.
So meta wise, this moment happened for them like what, 2 weeks ago or a week ago?
Yeah, a week and a half ago. They traveled across on the Empire. There isn't anything eventful that happens, but you do have these odd people on the boat if you wished to interact with any of them a little bit.
I would probably, unless they gave me like an obvious reason to interact with them, I probably would not necessarily steer clear, but just
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not really pay attention to them.
Yeah, I mean, I have a terrible perception, so I may not even notice them.
You would definitely notice these individuals. And as your boat arrives in port at Krenshad, it's a very strange landing. The few times you've made this trip now, either coming or going, this port is always bustling with activity. There's a lot of ships here, but there seems to be almost no one about. And then you look way off to the sides of the port, and there's tons of activity there, and there are guards lined up, keeping people from gaining access to the ship that you're on. And as you go to exit, everybody who's a normal passenger is asked to wait. And these 5 young ladies exit together, and you've never seen him before, but you've got to be positive by the fanfare that's going on that they are going to meet the Emperor.
Oh.
There is basically a Prince Ali style entourage and parade going on, and the Emperor meets these individuals, and they move off deeper into the city. And so then you and Marilee, you guys start heading for home. Along the way, as you're traveling through town, you notice you're being not traveling in the same group of people. And, as you go through a town, it's like when there's a red light at a big exit and everybody kind of disperses, they go their own way. There's a few people that hang out with you, and there is an older dwarf and his son that is traveling as well. It seems like they're going in the same direction as you. And then as you get further down the road, you are definitely traveling with these two. At this point, they're the only other people on the road headed to Illinois. They introduce themselves to you as Hector and Hashel Ironfist, and they are coming to visit their friend Othig.
Okay.
Yep. They're going to go visit
you know
Othig
that guy.
Granitebacks.
All right. Well,
What?
I will. Did somebody say something?
Tony.
I did. I said, hey, you know that guy.
Oh, yeah, I do. I would. They tell me that that's what they're doing.
Yeah, you just strike up casual conversation. You realize you're going to the same city. They mention that they had a friend stay with them for a year who was part of their mercenary company, who they've been corresponding to with letters, and they have 4 weeks of leave before they re-enlist for the next year of their duty with the Black Claws, and they've decided to pay a visit to their friend.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would. I would.
I'm in for a surprise.
So
I would-
Stanek.
I would talk up my my clansman
Oh.
about how great he is.
They're-
And how I bet they can't. He can't wait to see you guys.
I bet he can't. I bet he really can't wait at all. So it's a great conversation. You share some stuff. They talk about different things. They talk about the bug guy that everybody seems to get along with well, which just weirds you out. You know, it's this insect dude that Othig thought was the best, and these guys talk about him like he's the best. And you're just like, he's a bug. It's I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm going to reload my call here real quick because I still can't see Tony. I was thinking maybe he'd kick back on, but it's not. So, be right back. There we go. All right, so you guys make it to Illinois. The rest of the boys. Phil, you and I had a discussion about what was going on, and that consumed a little bit of your time. Mav, you've watched Phil kind of nervously moving, like pacing around and acting weirder than Phil normally does at this time. Any other character, I'd probably make you roll an insight check, but this is your little brother, so you gotta, even though he's older now, you got a pretty good handle on when something's bothering Phil.
I would like to, if possible, spend a short period of time trying to find out if I can find out if the spirit is willing.
Yeah, we're gonna probably get to that.
Okay.
You've sent Tabby off to
Oh, yeah.
emissary that out. So.
Oh no, not that spirit. Othig's spirit. Both spirits. Both spirits. I
That's
guess.
not something you can figure out. That's
Fair enough.
beyond your skills.
Gotcha.
Unless you want to find some cleric to speak with dead on him.
I was gonna demand that Mavamine do it.
Mav can't.
Mav probably does not have that spell.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't try.
Right. Doesn't mean I can't
Speak to
demand.
me, you dead fool.
Right. But yeah, so that's all.
Okay. So,
Mav's just berating a corpse.
Shaking him.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Mav, is there anything in particular you'd like to do over these couple of days before Thanak gets back?
Mav's just gonna kind of put himself to work and
All right.
try to
Sounds
stay
good.
busy.
Sounds good. Now let's see. I was watching your crafting rolls go by. Danik, you're pretty set on only doing 2 rolls that whole trip. You would have had plenty of time.
I wanted to spend the majority of it studying arcane stuff.
Okay.
Practicing new skills, stuff like that.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So.
Yep.
All right. So you get back to town and you head for the inn, and it's a very somber arrival for you. You get there, we'll say we get there in the evening when everybody's expected to be at the table, and no one's at the table.
Not even Raki?
Well, he's kind of over off to the side. He's around, but Thanak doesn't know he's gotten back to town, so he might not even recognize him off the top. He only spent a little bit of time with him.
I wouldn't be looking for him. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
that's for sure. And after a little while, Grummy walks into the inn. You're looking around and you're talking to Hector and Haschel and Marilee, and you're like, I don't know where everybody is. This is where we live and hang out. And
Yeah.
Grummy comes down and she sees you and she runs up to you and hugs you and informs you of what happened. That Othig died.
And it's all Filbert's fault.
And Haschel loses it. He's super upset. He's like really, really, really upset. And he wants to see the body.
Yeah, so would I.
Okay, so at this point in time, the others, Grummy says, do you want me to get the others?
Yeah.
Okay. So she runs off to get the others, and you can head over next door to the temple. It's just next door, so it's not far
Okay.
at all. And so you guys head over to the temple, and sure enough, Father Licinimus lets you in, and he welcomes you home, and he shows you your cousin.
He dead, yo.
I knew you were gonna load a picture in Fantasy Grounds of like just this like decomposing dwarf. Can you see this?
You're so dark.
So, anything you want to do? And you guys are walking in right behind him. Thanak and the others haven't been there very long at all when you guys arrive. If you want to be off doing something else. there we go. There's Othig. You can be off doing something else if you want, but he's there.
No, I mean, at first I would, ask for what happened.
Someone better check their gentle repose spell because I don't think it's working.
Sorry, you got my first try at it. It didn't go well.
Makes sense then.
Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily do anything specific other than probably call Grubhub to bring me a keg of ale.
Okay. Well, as you guys are standing there looking at Othig, Haschel pushes his way forward, and he pulls something out from his robes, and you've picked up on this, Thanak. Not everybody else would know this. You guys don't really even know these other two dwarves yet. They're just there. And he pulls out a chain that has a gold-plated skull on the end of it, and he's wearing the robes of a cleric, of a dwarven cleric. And he's looking at this thing, and he looks at his dad, Hector, and Hector nods at him, and he says, I don't know what this is going to do. And he casts a spell from it.
I feel like that's just kind of our MO at the moment.
And he casts Speak with Dead from this skull.
Ooh!
And he casts it on Othig. And so he says, I can't bring him back, but if you would like to say things to your cousin, now would be the time.
Do you want to come back? Ryan, you're muted. Ryan's muted on purpose. Stop it.
Is everybody with us?
Yeah.
I mean, I would ask how many questions we get. I
5.
know the answer.
Yep.
So I would just say, like, I think that's enough for each one of us to say goodbye. So I'll use my question to just say goodbye.
You don't want to ask him anything in particular?
I don't
ask him where he is.
I don't know what I would even ask.
Filbert's gonna lean in and ask you to ask him where he is.
I mean, you can ask him.
No, I have a different question.
Well, then you ask your question first.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him if he wants to come back.
All right. You are free to answer, Othig.
The criteria for responses is they have to be simple responses. Is that not correct?
That is not necessarily a criteria. The criteria is it doesn't have to be honest, and it can be as riddly or as evasive as you want. So I get the feeling, I don't think this is normally used in this fashion. So
No.
the stipulations they give are more towards somebody who's unwilling to respond. But if you can lie and be evasive in your answers, I'm pretty sure you can say pretty much whatever you want. But I would say it has to be within the bounds of the question.
That's why I wanted to know where he was first, because I don't know that if he wants to come back, if he's in hell. Like, I'm just going to assume he wants to come back. So, since I'm going first, I'm just going to ask, do you want...
The response you get is, I don't know. I'm conflicted.
Fair enough for me. That's all I needed.
How familiar are we with like resurrection magic? It's pretty rare, right?
It's pretty rare. Even
It used to be.
it used to be still. It was pretty rare. Just by nature of getting a cleric high enough who can regularly do it is rare enough. It has become more rare now.
And then diamonds.
Yep. And it's got a cost involved to it.
Yeah. I mean, so Thanic's assumption is that it doesn't matter if Othig wants to come back; it's not an option.
No, I think your assumption would be it could be an option. You would know he could be brought back.
Well, feasibly,
Yeah.
like logistically, it's probably not going to happen.
We
We don't have the money for it.
but you do.
We do have the money.
We
We do have the money for it.
It's the last cent that we had. I put 50 gold towards it.
Wait, towards what?
The cost of resurrection.
We had 450 gold remaining in our treasures.
Oh, okay. I was like,
And I
what spell
put-
did you cast for $50? Okay, I get it.
We got one of those back alley resurrections.
Did you buy from a guy in a trench coat?
So
He's
Thanic,
going to come back with a third arm, and it's not a good one.
Othig lets you know that he's conflicted about coming back. Is there anything else you guys want to ask him?
I lied.
Why would you not want to come back?
Ooh.
The response would be, it's peaceful here with family.
The answer is my new character's awesome. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I would totally buy that. I would totally and utterly buy that.
Mav?
Man would ask if he's at peace.
No.
We get two more.
Two more.
Is anyone else in this moment wishing to speak?
Hashel would, but he is definitely going to default to the family.
Us.
Okay. I have a question, but it's one he's probably not going to be able to answer, is what I would tell everyone. And then, unless anybody else has any good questions, I just have a simple question for him.
Go for it.
Who killed Amcum? Because he said he's with family.
Yeah, I did. And this is something you'll get from your DM, because Ryan asked me what I could find out while he was there. And I said, well, you can find out a bunch of stuff, but if I tell you, you won't remember it if they bring you back. So, and then I think he decided not to torture himself and not ask me any more questions after that. However, that doesn't mean you can't get this answer. Amcum doesn't know if he was murdered or if anyone killed him. So
That's positive. I mean, that's good. Because that rules out direct foul play. And that's all Filbert would want to know.
he does say, hold on. You started talking and I didn't interrupt you. He does say, however, you start to move on. He said, someone did come into my tent before I died, though.
It wasn't Phil. Okay.
Got one left, guys.
Phil is done. So if anyone else has.
I would allow his friend to.
Okay.
He's coming with us. Othig's coming back. Because he will not be able to rest. Out of all of us, he will not be able to rest knowing that Amcum was killed. Yeah.
Haschel would start out with a statement, and he would say, "You promised to help me become better at being whoever I was gonna be. Are you willing still to keep that promise?"
Yes. With so many other promises.
All right. With that, the spirit of Othig recedes.
Vanishes forever.
All right. So it will be another day before the grave cleric comes into town. And you guys head back to the inn. Is there anything in specific you want to do at this time?
Get hammer drunk.
In honor of Othig.
That's,
Yeah.
Hammer.
It's
You know
so
what?
funny.
Filbert
Like
would actually indulge in a drink if it's in honor of Othig. Filbert would actually take one.
Yeah.
in the last week, almost every night has been hammered drunk for everybody in honor of Othig. that call is usually put out by Skog and Racky.
They pay for all of the rounds.
It's what's going on.
My boys!
My boys.
During that night, an individual comes into the inn. The air gets very cold as you guys are all sitting around talking, and Phil's having one, but is off to the side a little bit. And the hair on all the backs of your neck stands up, and in walks this dark, cloaked figure, and a whisper echoes through the inn, and it's weird the way it moves. It's almost like you can see the air moving, and it's searching for a target, these words, and they settle on Filbert. And everyone hears, "You asked to speak with me."
Oh, crap.
And it's a woman's voice.
Yeah.
But by the posture and bearing, you would have thought that this this person that came in was a man.
Does this seem aggressive?
Make an insight check.
So I'm just gonna skip to the no. I misinterpret this whole entire thing, and I'm gonna run over in front of Phil, pull up my hammer, and I'm so drunk that I just drop it and fall over.
Phil, you've actually you didn't know it, but you've been waiting for this individual. You get the sense that this is an arranged meeting with your role. Everybody else, insight. It doesn't seem aggressive. It's creepy as all get out, but it doesn't seem aggressive. So you watch Phil go off and talk to an individual at a table nearby.
As I stand, I'm going to use Druidcraft to adorn myself with my ambassador garb.
Okay. So you guys watch as different sprigs of shadowy plants and things grow out from Filbert's clothing, and even a crown of, they're beautiful but somewhat wilted flowers and an appropriate sense shows up over him. It's very fey looking, but it looks kind of BA because it's all like weird and shadowy at the same time. And they go over and they have a conversation. And this individual, Tony, when you sit down with them at first, they look like a human. And while you're discussing with them, the guise drops and they have no features whatsoever. It is like it's almost like those kinds of mannequins that don't have noses or ears or anything, just a head, except it's moving flesh. And so when it talks, you can see the flesh move where the mouth is. And when it looks, you can see where the eyes would shift, but there are no features.
Oof.
And it lets you know that your pledge has been accepted.
Oh, wonderful. Would I know if this entity is amenable to being addressed by title, or if it's more of an ambiguous addressing?
This is an emissary of the entity. Just like you sent one, they sent one back.
That makes me feel a whole lot more comfortable, because that's way less dangerous.
So you think?
I will have that meeting. Are they opening the conversation, or is the expectation for me to?
No, they opened up the conversation just letting you know that your pledge has been accepted. So whatever you would like to respond with, this individual is waiting with the response.
Okay. I will pass along that I am open to whatever desires can be portrayed, and then any communication with the locals, I would be happy to be the conduit for that communication.
Mav, are you shooting somebody?
No, just testing an effect.
Okay. Like Mav shooting Filbert's new creepy friend.
I'm having none of this.
Saw the dice rolling.
Yeah.
Okay. It says
testing.
that it takes all that into account, and it lets you know that the little one will be carrying the messages.
Oh, wonderful.
And then it says, if you need the discussed favor, it will be granted.
Ooh, Mav, I need a contract. I like look around the room and yell for Mav, and Mav's not there because Andy's not there. And I'll be like, and I'll look at it. Do I need a contract? Is that how this works? Are you contract folk? Are we contract folk?
You know how fake contracts work. It just holds out its hand.
Yep, there it is.
And looking at its hand is the same too. Like where we have wrinkles and bends on our knuckles, its skin just smoothly stretches and retracts. So as it grips your hand, and it grips your hand far tighter than you would have expected from this creature, because it moves very lithe, and it holds your hand, and it says, "An exchange has been made." And then it gets up, and as it gets up and turns around to where the rest of the group would see it, you watch as human features again take over, and it turns, and the individual Phil's talking to leaves.
As it's leaving, is she okay?
The little one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. Is there payment necessary? Like, Phil's like, I have no idea how to do this, and he's like, afterthought payment? as the door closes.
You would know by what you were communicated to earlier that if you cash in on this favor, will be.
Yeah.
It's more of an exchange than a favor.
Yep.
So.
Groovy.
So that's what happens on night one.
Mm-hmm. Danik's passed out. Where is Mav?
Mav's just drinking.
Okay.
Shooting pews at a wall.
Yep, I'll just sit in the booth then and mind my own business for the moment. Like everything is perfectly normal.
Okay. All right, so everything's pretty normal for the evening. You guys head upstairs, and as you head upstairs, the innkeeper pulls you aside and says, "Hey, your group's getting pretty big. We add too many more people to this, and we won't be able to accommodate you all much longer." He said, "We're okay for now, with the 10 of you.
Oh,
But
God,
if too
there's
many more
10.
people join up, we're gonna run out of space.
I'd let him know that we're looking at acquiring other accommodation, but that we greatly appreciate his assistance in this.
Well, he greatly appreciates all the beer you drink. So it's been a very mutually beneficial situation, but he just knows that it's getting tight upstairs, and when travelers come through, it's getting harder to accommodate people without letting them sleep on the common rugs.
Oh yeah.
If
Sky
I would
and I
inform him
can
that if
say-
there's ever any need for space, to let us know. We would give up our room
yeah,
for the
yeah.
night.
Okay.
So I'm unconscious, so I can't ask this, but my understanding is that even when we move out, we would still kind of use this as like a
Yes.
like a
Yes, the beer
social-
money is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
The beer money will continue to flow into his house.
Cool.
That's good. He's very happy about that. And he looks over at Skog and Racky. He's like, especially those two.
Yep. The only other thing in downtime I'd want to take care of, Mike, is Filbert would like to discuss with Mav setting Pungent Sky free. She belongs to us, specifically us, you and I. She deserves to be free. She has been loyal to us. She shouldn't belong to us.
Was that to me?
That is to you.
That is
Yep.
to you.
You should remake that statement.
Mav, Pungent Sky has been loyal to us. She shouldn't belong to us. And Filbert would like to discuss with you the potential of setting her free.
I would consider her free already with what
Right,
she's
but
done.
the government doesn't.
That's true. She is
I-
still slave property.
I think
I
I might
will-
actually blurt out some like nonsense about how like she's a slave for a reason, and then go back and then pass out again.
I would just cover you in vines using Entangle as you like blurt out.
Is it comfy?
That depends. Do you blurt out again?
Probably.
Then no, it grows
Okay.
thorns the second time you blurt.
Matt would pursue with the need of completing any paperwork for the state
Mm-hmm.
to release her,
That's why I talk to you.
but ensuring that she's still under the protection of the guild.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It is, because that is a complicated matter, and that's what I was going to say, and that's what Thanak was hitting on, that for non-dwarf and human races, being a slave it does give a moderation of safety.
Yeah.
People who, if she was free and with a freeman's mark, people would be, they could attack her if they wanted to, like they could you. There's consequences for that, but there's
And
more
they
consequences
absolutely-
for attacking somebody's property.
Yeah,
So,
they absolutely would want to attack her.
yep.
And that's kind of what I was curious about, like the protections we could offer as a guild. Is there
Mhm.
any? I don't want to say property, but we may not be powerful enough to.
Yeah, at this
impose
point,
any
you're
sort
not
of-
powerful enough to really kind of throw a name around, but there is some stuff
Okay.
that could be happening there. So
Filbert would totally understand that, especially after what happened with the elf and the dude in the red outfit.
yeah,
Have I run into that guy at all?
no, I mean,
Okay, no.
you haven't even seen any Reapers. You would not recognize one from the other, probably. You
Oh,
might,
he had a mask on?
yeah, they always wear masks. You might,
I'd
if you
recognize
heard
that
a
voice,
voice, you might,
Yeah.
but that's even. It's been 245
Plus,
years since
yeah.
you've heard that voice.
Yeah, but I'm fairly certain if a voice kills you, that gets ingrained in your mind.
Oh, it wasn't his voice that killed you. It was all his knives.
I don't know.
So the knives are ingrained in your brain, not the voice.
No, those were in my chest, actually.
All right.
Do I still have the scars from that?
You would have scars from that.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wait, did he sign his work?
No, there's no
Oh, okay.
signature on the
Okay.
work.
I
So-
keep forgetting I have a really creepy hand.
yes, you do. You have a hand made of wood.
Yeah.
So, All right, so the evening goes on. You guys eventually end up going to bed. When you come down the next morning, there is a man, and I'm going to share the inn map with you. You guys head over to your table, and the guild kind of fills up now, this far side of the inn room. And, yep, you guys are hanging out over there, and you spread out amongst tables and all that stuff. And there is a man sitting at this table. He is a big man. He is, I just flagged it on your map. He has a presence and an aura about him. As you walked in through the common room, he's the type of person where they're sitting there waiting and eyes just kind of drift over on somebody. And he has a very brooding presence. He is covered in robes, has a hood pulled down over his head quite far, and he's just hanging out. He has on the robes of a government official, an ambassador's robes. But he doesn't seem to wear them like he's used to them.
I would go and sit down with him. It's a human?
As far as you can tell.
Yeah.
You'd be hard-pressed to see any other kind of race showing up here.
Yep. Well, and with the air of an ambassadorship, I would definitely feel a draw to him. So I'll go have a seat by him.
Okay.
Mav would give him a bow and ask if he could join him.
He would welcome you to the table. He doesn't speak much, but he says, "This is a resting house. I have no ownership of this table."
Did you paid for your beer, right?
It's breakfast.
You paid for your beer, right?
Meanwhile, Skog and them are over at the other table downing
With
beer.
nothing but
No,
beer.
it just means he's not drinking beer. It's in the sausage.
Sausage.
Gotcha.
So, if you guys want, you can make perception checks on this guy. He is definitely trying to conceal his identity.
I'm just gonna assume that I am super hungover.
You
That's
can still make it
persuasion.
normally. Yeah, that.
Mav is just striking up conversation.
Okay.
Filbert's staring at the wall.
He's very amenable to you. Nope.
Othic, can you roll a 0?
Can you roll? So he's kind. He's friendly. With a 23 persuasion, he does tell you that he is the ambassador headed to a summit, a peace summit for the Sons of the Sphinx. He's the ambassador.
The ambassador of the Sphinx?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll get up and walk away.
Okay.
Just literally just drink the beer, put it down, and go sit somewhere else.
Okay.
I have a question.
I'm not gonna be like rude and like look at him or anything. Like I'm not gonna like. I'm just alright. Just get up and walk away.
Yep.
What was I supposed to ask the Sphinx?
What do you want to do? Anybody else got anything they want to do?
Filbert looks like he's deep in thought, trying to recall something.
Okay.
I don't care. Pizza?
I think Andy's talking to his wife.
He is.
Mav would continue to be polite, but not make it necessarily look like he approves of the Suns.
Right. Okay. It's a pretty important distinction. While you guys are having this conversation, a group walks into the inn, and there are 3 commoners being led by looks like a Kren military commander, a low-ranking commander, captain or something of that nature, and they directly approach the ambassador.
Oh, thank you. You can just put it on the table.
You're welcome. Hi, Adam's dad.
I'm supposed
Oh,
to.
you can just like, I'll take care of it. Oh, okay.
Mav is gonna just kind of watch how this all unfolds.
Okay. They are being extraordinarily aggressive to this guy. They're being really rude. And
At that point, I would interject and just kind of say, like, he may be your enemy, but he deserves our respect in this place
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
and what he's going to try to accomplish.
you get some common pushback about how he doesn't deserve any respect. He started rebellions. He's killed our people. He's stolen our goods. You're getting all the type of normal pushback you would get in a situation like this. It'd be
Are they
like
wearing mega hats?
it'd be like inviting a Nazi to Brooklyn.
Probably like 8-ish.
Okay.
Matt understands that, but he also feels that because we kind of know that like the Emperor summoned him, or
Yes.
is trying to do.
Everybody's talking about there's a peace meeting coming up.
Yep. Mav would be siding on the side of the Emperor, not necessarily the side of the ambassador. So the Emperor has summoned him. So that alone would require some degree of respect.
Yeah. And Phil, looking at the guard, I would stand up and I would kind of move towards the guard and ask him if he's on duty.
No, he just got off duty.
I missed
then
it.
Matt-
When the people who came in, what were they doing?
They're basically harassing the ambassador.
Oh, I would absolutely not even allow that. That's what I thought they were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I saw that they were making a beeline, I would just put the hammer out and just put it across their chest. This is a house of, like, we are in charge of making sure that this place stays calm.
Okay. Make a persuasion
So if you
check.
want to fight, go outside. That would absolutely be intimidation, not persuasion.
Well, make an intimidation check then.
Totally reminds me of.
They're really not paying any attention to Mav as he tries to dissuade this situation.
Use your intimidation.
Ryan Stiles on Whose Line Is It Anyway? You guys want to fight?
Yeah.
How do you start a fight?
That's pretty good. You're pretty loud about it, and the two commoners take a step back that you're over there by, and they're looking around and they don't know if they want to get in a fight or not. Phil, what do you want to do?
Phil would like to slip some mushrooms into a beer and hand it to each of the commoners.
What mushrooms are you putting in the beer?
Just some of Filbert's mushrooms he uses to relax.
just some.
None of the magic mushrooms, none of the special ones, just some of the ones he uses to help him fall asleep.
I'm pretty sure those are magic.
So basically, you're trying to give them a beer and tell them everybody needs to calm down and relax.
Yep, but with a little added kick of sleepy kind of mushrooms.
Trying to slip them a roofie.
They're chamomile mushrooms.
Chamomile mushrooms. Go ahead and make a persuasion check for me at disadvantage.
Yep.
Actually, if you want to make a sleight of hand first, you might not have to have disadvantage on your persuasion.
Okay.
Oh, that's really good.
That's decent.
So you definitely you zip real quick over to the counter, grab some beers, come back with them, put some mushrooms in them while everybody's kind of arguing and fighting, and tensions are getting high, and the other guild members are kind of, you see them all kind of getting ready for a tussle. Like, they're like, oh crap.
Guys under the table.
Sky's actually in the plant behind the ambassador, and nobody knows she's there.
No. I'm not giving the guard a beer on purpose.
All right. So it doesn't go really well, and a fight is about to start. And the guard goes for his weapon. Thanak pulls back. Everybody's getting ready, and the ambassador stands up, and his robes fall off. And this dude has the head of a lion. This is an extraordinarily powerful-looking humanoid. And he says, "You will not." And he puts a pawed hand on the table. And as he does, like, the table tips and stuff starts to fall from it and then stops in midair. and no one can move. And he leans across the table, and he's like, I can leave you like this, or you can leave. And he sits back down, rights the table, puts the mugs back on it, and time starts up again.
Phil will leave.
Epic. So epic.
So does everybody else.
I'm going to leave a note on the table that I had kind of been scrawling, and I was trying to gather my thoughts because he was trying to remember what was said to him, so he was kind of like writing down his own thought notes.
Mm-hmm.
None of them are really all that coherent. All it said was the statement he made of tell them I always... Hold on. Tell them I never gave up looking. The Sphinx may guide you. It'll probably be your undoing. Don't trade your freedom for an indifferent master. And that'll just leave on the table, like I had intentions of asking him about it, but now I'm scared, so I ran away. But I'll leave that note there.
Oh shoot, I lost my earbuds. Hold on.
No,
You're
I
leaving the
talking.
note on the table. I heard that.
But I want to keep talking.
Up there you go. Leave the note on the table. So you leave the note on the table.
Yep. And then I run off over here.
The guards and the other commoners, they don't leave. They go to the other side of the common room and they sit down at a table over there. And you can see they all look very, very nervous about what has just happened.
Phil didn't teleport when he got scared.
I was actually going to ask you to roll that.
It's there.
So, do you two who are now at the table still want to say anything?
I'm gonna ask the commoners if they want to fight or not. Like, I don't even really care why. I just kind of need a good.
Vanek is still mad that Othing died.
Yeah, for real.
So
did I not tell you guys last week that he was going to be pissed? That Vanek would be pissed.
Yeah.
Mav, do you have anything?
Mav would ask to sit back down again.
You sit back down and he smiles a little bit and he says, "Thank you for understanding political hospitality."
I would apologize for the ways of our people, which he, I'm sure, understands all too well.
He does. He says he understands it better than most. He says, "I was there when your country was born. I understand." And he looks at you and he says, "If the grave cleric does not come through, call upon me. The kindness you have shown has earned you a favor." And he puts his hood back up and leaves.
I would bow and thank him.
Nobody wants to go fight?
They're not interested in fighting you. The one guy here is the guy that fought with you to protect the inn. It's like, man, I don't want to tangle with these guys.
I'll just sit down sad.
Oh, that's sad. So the day goes on, and at about noon, you're summoned to the temple. And there's a grave cleric there. And she's got really short, almost a pixie cut style haircut, but she definitely doesn't take any time to do it up pixie style. So it's just that short. Really simple, plain robes, but it's got a very elegant design to it, even though the cloth is simple. It's that very much the presentation of something drab against something beautiful that death is often given in the way Lady Kane has governed this now domain of life. And she asks why you want Othing to be raised.
Because I feel guilty.
Why would you feel guilty?
It's mostly my fault.
Ah. So you killed him then?
Filbert would answer yes, but only because he doesn't fully understand the question.
I see. And she looks over at the rest of the room and kind of gives a head nod to him and a quizzical look.
Mav's like,
Eh.
Mav would explain that he has much to do still in life.
Okay. Everyone who loses someone feels like those they've lost have much to do still.
No, he told us so.
Yeah, I would say it's not about what we want. It's like
It's what he
you asked
was.
us. You asked us why we want to do this. What we want is irrelevant. Doesn't matter what we want. He's not gonna rest.
Ah, unfinished business then. Very well. I will support this. Give me a moment, and you must convince her. And she begins to pour out sand on the floor, and then she covers it in a soil, and then around that you see her, it looks like she's planting a few seeds here and there. And then she begins an incantation, and a figure appears in the center of this circle that she appeared. It's a woman who has a blindfold over her eyes, and there is flame leaking out of them.
That's terrifying.
And she bows and says, "One of my acolytes told me, or has summoned me, which means you've presented a valid case."
Can I ask something real quick?
Yeah.
You
How
had
do
told
eyes?
you had told me, Adam,
Yeah.
that the dwarves refer to Lady Kane as what was it? As
Something about her beard.
yeah.
What was that?
Has rumor of that come this far?
Probably not yet. But maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Like, just that she...
Yeah, what did they call her?
I don't remember. We talked about it in the Argynvost bit.
We talked about it. It was so epic.
Yeah.
We all thought it was like awesome and hilarious. It's like,
Yeah.
They have great respect for her beard, even though she
Yes,
does not
she doesn't
have a beard. Yeah. It was something like, "May her beard be ever mighty," or something
Yeah.
like that. It was
Yeah.
a ridiculous
Yeah.
statement. So, she's asked for reasons. So,
Filbert's not going to lead with "it's my fault" this time.
I mean, and you don't have to come up with necessary. You don't have to RP it out. But if you just want to present your case,
Yeah.
Matt would just kind of explain that, like Dank said, that as we talked to him after he's passed, he reiterated that he has unfinished business, that he's seen so much destruction to our clan, and that we were just starting to rebuild, that he's missed the good part of life, or like the ending, the good ending, and that
Our clan has been greatly wronged.
And I will mention that he was instrumental in stopping the Sleeper's awakening.
okay, she's unfamiliar with who this sleeper is, but from the way you present it, she incites enough that it was probably a big deal. She takes into account the things of the clan. She's like, "I've heard of the political unrest in your country.
Yeah, it sucks.
I will grant this. But
Oh,
I require something in return."
we have the diamonds.
No. Shakes her
Matt
head.
would just
No.
shake his head at Filbert. Possibly cast silence on him.
And she thinks about it, and she says, "No, I am not going to require that. But I may seek your aid in the future."
If you need an ambassador to the Kren, I'm taking names.
I thought you were just gonna leave with "I'm taken."
Oh, actually, that makes way more sense. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
And with that, she bows and disappears.
Mav would bow as well.
So would Phil.
So
Yeah.
the grave cleric goes about her business, getting prepared for the ritual, gathers the necessary diamonds. Her and Brother Licinimus prepare Othig's body to conduct the ritual of resurrection. And now I need 3 of you, or 3 characters that you know. So you could call on one of the others to do this as well, and then I would roll for it. But there will be 3 people who can contribute to the resurrection ritual. They will each get a d20 roll, and if there's enough successful rolls to pass the DC, Othig will be rezzed. So, Andy, you were about to ask me a question?
2 things.
Yeah.
One, we still have to pay for the diamond, correct?
Correct, but there'd be plenty of
Okay.
merchants in the bazaar you could get one from.
So that wasn't what she was referring to. Lady King.
Correct.
Oh, sorry.
She was not
Okay.
referring to that. You will be called upon later.
Yeah.
She may require
Okay.
something from you later.
Second off, can I cast Bless on whoever is rolling, and with that assist?
You can. You can definitely cast Bless on the ritual itself, so the 3 people can get blessed.
I will pull out my sketchbook and open it up to the Axe Buster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's solid. That's good stuff
Can't-
right there.
Can't finish this without you, buddy.
All right.
With that, so that's something you guys share, right, Adam?
What do you mean?
That is something you and Othig share,
Share in what sense? What do you like?
as far as like a desire and skill.
Oh
is
yeah,
to make
definitely.
That axe buster.
Yeah, we both have blacksmithing. He's better at blacksmithing, but I have the tinkering to add to that. So, yes.
Mike, looking at mine and Othig's skills, is there anything that crosses over between the 2 of us that actually, like, Filbert would know that he has in common with Othig, skills-wise?
Not really, but this is a good chance for you to like give emotional cred. I give emotional cred a lot of weight, which honestly, more than the skill of smithing, the emotions of we share this together is what's going to give Thanik advantage on his role to contribute to this ritual. So
Right. Well, that was kind of why I was like, do I have anything that I feel like skill-wise crosses over? Like following that same vein, watching Thanak do that, if Filbert would feel like he had anything in common. That's why I was just, I don't know what Ryan's skilled in.
skill wise,
He's skilled at blacksmithing and gong.
in War Gong.
Does he
Speaking of
actually have
which,
skill in performance?
We
He
are
actually-
setting up the war gong.
Wait, what?
We are setting up the war gong.
Oh yeah.
I believe, if I remember right, he is an expert smith and proficient in War Gong.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you
I
want
will performance. I will attempt to call upon my time with the satyrs and the tricksters, and utilize that performance in
Yep.
making a dirge with the gong.
Yeah.
Mav is going to take out his shield that Othig helped create,
Right on.
and would also like to cast Toll the Dead on it. Just kind of bring him back to us.
All right. So those are all good. You guys can all have advantage on your D20 rolls. And it is a D20 roll. It's a check. You're not using your performance skill. It's just a D20 roll. But you get advantage at it. There's a nat 20.
Yeah.
That's a good way to start.
Boom!
There's a nat 20. That's a
lame.
good way to start.
And Thanik with
Roll your
10.
D4.
Oh yeah, D4 and a
Oh, yeah.
D10.
All right. So I think we're just waiting on
32, 30,
who didn't roll
and 14.
yet.
We all did.
Oh, you all did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So seriously, you all do very well in the ritual. Thanak, even though your rolls are lower, a DC for a first time res is not an extraordinarily huge feat. And the others, it's just a very emotional resurrection. And after a few moments, Othig's eyes flutter open, and he sits up and looks around the room, and you're all there. That is
Crap,
if he wants
imme-
to come back, but he already told me he did. So
I immediately grab a mug and just like shove it into his hands.
oh, think you have anything to say to your friends?
Oh my gosh, I would be. I think Othig would probably be weeping, partly because of. Oh, you said I wouldn't remember anything.
You
Would I
don't-
remember like the experience of? I wouldn't even remember like just like the feeling of being.
No, the last thing you remember is that Darkling stabbing you.
Okay, then in that case, I would wake up and probably be like ready to stab something. So I feel like people would have to calm me down because I'd be looking for something to.
Filbert turned into a rat.
So, all right. So you guys, Othig.
So I'd probably wake up really confused and like wondering
Absolutely.
why I'm in an inn or casket.
You're in the temple. You're in one of the side rooms of the temple, and you are definitely on a funeral slab. You're like, why am I here? And the guys go in. They explain everything to you that's happened recently. And you see Hector and Hashel standing over there, and they're both like dwarf crying. Where they're trying not to cry at all, but they're definitely pretty emotional.
The cheeks are red, but that's it.
I would probably follow that exact same suit after realizing what happened. So
Yeah,
probably
it's
grab-
not real hard for you to put stuff together that you are you have been resurrected from the dead.
I'd probably grab Hashel and put him on my shoulders.
That's so funny because he's like bigger now.
Yeah.
He's not a little dwarf, but that's fine. He's young. He informs you that he's begun studying the ways of the forge domain of worship. So he is a forge cleric now of the level 1 variety, and
Nice.
he's got a couple of trinkets that Ziz dug up for him that he was given, and so that's where he shows you the skull thing. He's like, "You don't remember us talking to you?" Oh, that's so weird. Huh. And so you guys have a good, happy reunion. You go back to the inn. Everybody's thrilled to death that you're back. If you do, for whatever reason, need to encounter another resurrection, it does get significantly harder every time you come back. Just so you're aware.
Just an FYI.
Just an FYI, the pains of death are pretty tough. Your overall resurrection ritual went rather smashingly, so you're not suffering a lot of the ill effects that you normally have. Although you're really tired, you're really, really tired. So the next few days go by without much of a hitch. Things are back to normal for the most part. People in town are still talking about how crazy it is that Othig died and you guys brought him back. You're real low on cash, though, and you're looking at the end of the month and you're like, we got bills to pay soon. We need to get some jobs.
Yeah.
And
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Because this was all paid for before I even got back, right?
correct.
So I have my money.
Yes.
So I have 65 gold that I will split up between all of us so that we can. I have 65 gold for us to figure out what we need to do with.
Okay. That'd just be basic expenses from day to day since no jobs have come in. And then...
Mike,
What?
what's the scary dagger do?
Oh. You have not been able to properly identify it more than you know it's magical.
Oh, at the end of our last session said Phil would sit down with it and spend time with it.
Right, and I posted rules for identification in the chat not too terribly long ago. You don't get to spend the time with ID anymore. If you want an item magically ID'd, you have to get it magically identified.
Oh,
Okay, so
I wasn't
future
talking about
reference?
identifying it. I was talking about using it.
Yes, you have
Gotcha.
to.
He's talking about like brute force, just so he's gonna figure it out.
Well, there's you immediately know it's magical. You don't know what it does though. You You get the feeling like it does something. So right
Okay.
now, you just have a scary black dagger that has the magical property to it. You don't know what else it might do.
Gotcha. I guess I was trying to discern if it required attunement. That was the...
Yes, it does, and that's why you feel like you don't know what else it does, because it does require, it does want to bond with you.
Yep. Okay.
So, yeah, thank you for asking that mechanically. I was gonna just try and beat around the bush role play wise until we figured it out, but mechanical question there was good. So yeah, it's an attunement item, but you don't know what the attunement does.
Yep. That's fair.
All right.
Be
So
careful.
you guys,
Just saying, people could die. Just saying, guys.
I can put Othig back in the combat tracker now.
How great would it be if
No, I
tomorrow
wouldn't.
we have to call hey,
So, based on your identify rules, is that an Arcana check that I could make on the dagger?
It is. It's an Arcana check that somebody can make on the dagger, and then using Identify adds, for every level of Identify, to the...
5 more.
Yep, 5 more to the check.
So as a ground rule from here on out, I don't know it yet, but I will learn Identify
Okay.
at some point.
Well, would you like to attempt to identify with advantage?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The two of us can
Yeah,
Pair
somebody
up
can...
and
Yeah, somebody else, and you don't need to attune to it to identify it, so you can identify it further. Go ahead. You can make an Arcana check with advantage.
I have a +4. What do you have?
Phil hasn't shared that with you guys because it scares him.
Oh.
the dagger.
That dagger was on the sleeper.
Yeah, I know. I was there with you.
You were on the other side of the chasm. So, yeah. I don't know that Phil had outrightly presented that to you guys yet because he's terrified of it.
So, wouldn't that mean Phil would give it to Mav? That kind of seems to be
No,
your
because
MO.
Othing just died. Actually, now that Othing's alive is where he would present it, so that actually works.
All right.
So now that he doesn't have the guilt of Othig's death is where he would present that to Mav and be like, hey, this is a thing. So that actually works really well for where that is.
Sorry, I've got to inject here now that I'm up and among the living again. Would it have come out that Filbert felt responsible for Othig's death?
I don't think he could
right now.
Yeah, I don't think he can hold that in.
Yeah.
Your eyes Twitter, and he's like, "Dude, I'm so sorry for killing you."
Yeah.
That's probably exactly
Once he's not a rat anymore.
So, like, Othig would definitely tell Filbert that he doesn't hold him responsible and he shouldn't feel responsible.
Okay. Filbert.
Yeah.
Your dagger, now that we've busted the 20 mark, it is an enchanted dagger, so it has the magical property on it. If you stab yourself with it and take full damage that the dagger can do, so 1d4 plus whatever your modifier is, you can charge it with the darkness spell. If you do it multiple times, you can charge it with a leveled darkness spell to overcome more powerful light. It will only hold a charge for 12 hours, though.
Okay.
Do it before you go to bed.
No, I'm sorry. No, it doesn't. 8 hours. I don't know why I said 12. It's 8. It's so you can't do it before you go to bed. You have to weigh the risks against it.
Dagger of self-harm. Got it.
So glad I said that. So glad.
No, I am too, because I would have been mad later when he said, no, you said 12. And I would have been like, no, I didn't. And we would have gone back to the recording and I would have felt like an idiot. So. Yep.
Stab self for darkness. Got it.
If that is, if that dagger would be that self-inflicted wound, if that would be resisted in some way, so it didn't do full damage, would it still require? So it
No.
would have to be.
Yeah.
It overcomes any damage.
Yep.
Well, I just meant like if. So it like the only way for it to work is if it does full damage.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. It is basically absorbing its user's life in order to cast the spell, which is what the Knoll Shaman was doing to dissipate the sunlight spell that was over the sleeper's coffin.
Yep.
Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
If the target is warded, so it does half damage to the target and half damage to whoever warded them. So both of them take half damage, but it does the full amount of damage.
I would allow that, as long as the full amount of damage gets used.
Okay.
Yeah, I would allow that. Okay, so in comes a soldier that you guys recognize. You've seen him around. It's the one that pointed Mara Lee out to you guys, and vice versa. He comes into the inn one morning, and he walks up to, he looks around to see who's in charge. He turns around immediately from Filbert and starts looking around and heads over towards the three of you. And he's looking between the two of you, and his eyes settle on Mav. You're the one in charge of this guild?
One of them.
Right. Captain Makos Robelia. I have a job for you.
Very well. Mav will just pull out a piece of paper and a pen and a quill.
Here's what we're looking to do. It's not a terribly high-paying job, although I have opportunity for, I believe, everyone in your... He's looking around the room counting people that he thinks might be affiliated with you now. And Hector's over there, and he puts his hand up. Oh, crud. Dang it, I gotta quit doing that. Yank my earbuds out again. And
So are we up to 12 or is that 11?
Well, Haschel looks over at his dad, and his dad puts his hand up too. He's like, "Time to get in the mess, boy."
Great.
And
You said Captain what?
Makos Robelia.
Okay.
Seeing that everybody's like raising their hand, I'll ask the captain if he wants to join us too.
I will be, in fact, joining you, but I'll be the only one from the military. Unfortunately, I don't know if you saw, but a week or so ago, we sent most of our men north to fight the Sons of the Sphinx. We have contractual obligations to a mine in the south, and we need it, to be honest. They deliver most of our iron that our smiths use to make spears and other weapons and armor for us. They have a large shipment, and, well, we need someone to run caravan duty. And with the state of things, it's unsafe. I'll just tell you that plainly. It is unsafe. I will pay you
Protection during transport?
Protection during transport. I will pay each member of your guild that signs up 50 gold pieces if the transport is unassaulted. If it is assaulted, I will pay you 150 gold pieces apiece. If you protect the goods.
Sounds good. Sign us up.
Okay, guys. So 7 of us protect the wagon. 3 of us attack the wagon.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. Yes, Mav would say that that the guild is open to accepting that contract. He would ask about loot if we were to be attacked.
It was yours for the claiming.
Okay.
All right. So, he scribbles out some notes for you and tells you to meet him at the military camp in the next day or so. The shipment won't leave the mine until the guards get there, so he's like, "But be quick about it."
How are they being transported?
By wagon.
How many
Single-
wagons?
Yeah, single wagon or many.
There are 8 wagons, and they will be filled with crates of ore. Iron ore, for the most part.
Do you have drivers?
Yeah, there will be drivers. They're non-combatants, though.
Yep. Is there any other protections against those? Like, are the wagons enchanted or anything like that for defensive?
No, they're just carts.
Just run-of-the-mill carts.
Yep.
Okay.
Are they all attached, or is it just like 8 individual wagons?
No,
that
it's 8 individual wagons.
Okay.
It's not a train.
No.
I'm assuming multiple horses per wagon.
Yeah, there'll be 2 mules per wagon.
Okay.
All right. So Captain Marcus leaves, unless you guys have
just
any other
like-
questions for him.
Is this the kind of thing where we should have horses as well?
The wagons will be very slow. If it's just 2
That's-
mules pulling a wagon.
Yeah, that's a question of like how fast will the wagons be going?
They're not in any hurry.
Okay, all right.
So even if you got the mules going to top speed, it wouldn't last long before they decided they were sick of that.
How many days travel is it with the wagons?
With the wagons, it'll be 2 days on the road.
And I'm assuming less than a day to get down there.
It'll be 2 days to get down there from Illinois because you got to stop at the military outpost. Between the military outpost and the mine, it's 2 days by road. So for you guys to travel, it'll be a half day to get to the military outpost. Actually, almost a full day. And then another day and a half to get down to the mine.
Okay.
You know what would really be helpful right now?
What's that?
A bear mount.
A bear mount.
I was thinking at least 4 of them.
Yeah. 4. We need 12.
Actually, Phil, turn into a bear.
Yes, and all 12 of us will climb on top of you.
A giant bear.
It would be like a clown car, except it's a clown bear.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So, you guys get your gear together, head south to the military camp, and
Do we-
Passing out potions.
Is there anything that...
Passing out potions.
Sir, what'd you say, Tony?
I'm passing out potions. I'm saying it.
Oh.
it.
Yeah,
Cool.
yes.
What do you
that is
What do you
happening.
have, by the way? As far as potions, what do you...
Well, that depends. Do you want the red healing potion, or do you want the new healing potions that he made this week?
I mean, I don't have any, so I'll take whatever.
Cool. So there's 2 healing potions in the party loot, and then I have 9 other healing potions that I made.
I am a Hanthanic, a mace.
oh, Thanik, from the bag of the holding,
Oh,
the bag of the holding,
Back.
Mav begins to pull a shaft, and it's a pretty busted up, old looking piece of equipment. Then he keeps pulling, and it's big, it's thick, and there's 3 chains coming off the end of this, and he keeps pulling. And on the far side of this it's a 3-flanged morning star.
Oh.
Yeah,
Like a flail, basically, right?
I would just
Yeah,
say,
so
hey,
it's a
brother,
big-
I have
it's
a.
it's
I
big.
feel that you might want this.
It hasn't been taken very good care of, but you feel like you could restore this pretty easily. It is a 2-handed weapon that does 2d6. It does 1d6 bludgeoning and 1d6 piercing damage, so it mixes the damage up. But it is exclusively 2-handed.
Okay, yeah. Is it in good enough shape to use now,
Yeah.
or what I need to...
It is, but if you were to encounter something that might damage a weapon, say a mana ooze, it would not survive.
Okay.
So it needs a little tender loving care.
What do
Othing
I
will
call
help
this?
you repair it when the time comes.
Yeah. What do
I'd
we
be
call
happy to
this?
make a shaft for it.
So
I called it a dire flail.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
okay with that.
It's in the
I
party
think you
inventory,
can take
by the way.
both of the regular healing
okay, cool.
potions. He would have specifically given you the regular healing potions.
Give me the regular healing?
No, Othig. He grabbed one of them. I wanted him to grab the other one. And then Thanak, I will give you
Give me something
3
small. Oh, okay.
of the other healing potions. They're a little bit of a bluish green hue to them.
Okay, so, but what do they do?
They heal you.
I mean, but for how much?
Oh, I don't know. It just
Where-
says healing and other properties.
They
Did you
are
get-
they are minor healing potions.
There
So
you
what
go.
is that?
1d4 plus 1.
Yep.
And then that's what they do.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, so I'll just add
After
that.
you take it, it makes you giggle.
No, it doesn't.
It makes you sad.
Tony,
Yeah.
one of your healing potions glows really brightly blue, actually.
Oh, they don't all do the same thing?
Well, this one seemed to come out different in the process. I don't know what you want to do with that one.
I'm going to keep that one, and I'll make sure it's separate.
Okay.
Here, hold on.
You gave me 3 of them?
I'm sorry, 2 of them. 2 of them do that.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Can I give items directly to a person, or do I have to put them to the party sheet first?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So, there you go, Thanek. And there are, so I will drag over 2 and
Glow
3.
stick.
You can drag those back. Those are 3 of the regular ones.
Oh, okay.
4 of those, and then...
Okay, so I got those.
Yep. So those are the 1d4 plus 1. You can
Okay.
put that in the description because I forgot to.
Yep, that's fine. Okay.
Alright, cool. And 2 of them are glowing, so I'll make sure that those are marked separately.
Okay.
Do I feel like they're more potent in any way?
You don't know.
Awesome. So we will see what happens if I end up taking one of them.
You are
So I've got-
confident that they will heal.
Yep. Good.
Okay.
And the other ones have the same other effects that you have listed here.
Yeah, correct. Well, I mean, what do you...
You wrote down the three things from the mushrooms.
Yes, but putting that into a healing potion, you only get to get one of those effects.
Gotcha.
So you have to decide what you want to make.
Gotcha. I thought that's just what the potion did.
No, I'm not giving you all of that. You can combine ingredients if you have multiple ingredients to make multiple things, but they only get one of those effects. So if you want them to be healing potions, they are healing potions.
Gotcha. I will only use that to make the 3 that I gave to Othig and the 2 then, and I still have enough to make 4 more.
Okay.
Wait, it's 3?
Sorry, not Othig. Thanek. Othig, you have
Okay.
2 regular healing
Got it.
potions.
All right, so
Okay.
as you guys travel down the road, and if we have to go back to work out potion madness, we will. As you guys travel down the road, the group's riding together, and Captain Makos pulls you 4, in particular, aside. Othig, he's not very interested in talking to you, but since you're riding with the others, he pulls you aside. And he says that when you get to the base camp, he would like to send the others on ahead and have a conversation with you in particular.
Okay.
Who is this?
I would make sure that we have enough rations for 4 days.
Oh,
That's what I was going to ask.
You'll be able to restock rations at the base camp. They'll have that for
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, sure.
You never got a cutscene.
Oh, no, you didn't. And actually, I was waiting till this point to give it anyway, so I was about to forget, but I was waiting. So your cutscene this week is the wagons roll to a stop and something's wrong. The mules bray nervously. Those that spend a lot of time on the road begin to develop a sense for this kind of trouble. The feeling when something isn't quite right. The driver of the nearest wagon looks at the guards of his wagon and makes a nodding sign. Something is definitely amiss. Rocks clatter down the hillside, revealing a good-sized snake slithering through the brush. And then another, and another, and another. So there it is. There's your cutscene. So you arrive at the military camp, and there's a decent amount of activity to it, but there's obviously not nearly enough people here for all the tents and stuff that they have set up. It's just the troops are deployed, and basically the people left here, there's guards for the camp and some administrators that Yes, no. No, you don't get to act on cutscenes. They're just there to tempt you. If I catch you metagaming the cutscene too much, bad things happen.
I would like to pick up camouflage though. I was typing that before your cutscene.
Okay, that's fine. So he directs everybody else to resupply, and then assigns one of the guards there with everyone else to hit the road. And he pulls you guys aside and asks, he's like, I hate to ask this of you, but I need you to wait a bit. Someone's coming that wants to speak with you.
I'd ask him who.
General Stoneshield, which you would know is currently the only dwarven general in the Kren army.
Well, that's an
He's
honor.
not a Red Rock, is he?
He's not. He's a Stoneshield.
Okay.
Did anything come of our meeting with the ambassador?
What do you mean?
Like I had left my scrawlings. I didn't know if anything had come from our interaction with him. If he,
As far as you know, he never even picked up the piece of paper.
cool.
So,
Okay, that was all I wanted to know. You're good.
okay.
And ask
do
him
we
how
know-
long we're gonna wait.
He says, unfortunately, it'll be a few hours.
Do we know
Oh.
the general's political affiliation?
You do not.
Okay.
So you wait a few hours, and in walks this dwarf. You do not often see Kren warriors dressed in what would be considered full plate, but this guy's as close as you've ever seen. He's got full greaves and shoulder pads on in a very Krenish yet dwarven fashion, and he has just a slick-looking axe warhammer that he hefts over his shoulder. He comes in, and the first thing he does is he bows and says, "Thanks for meeting with him. Thank you for meeting with me. I appreciate the favor."
Do we salute? Like, what are the Kren?
You probably would. You would
Okay.
you would give a salute because you all served. Every
Yeah.
Kren does, so you would know the proper response to give. Mav bows and salutes, and he says, "Sit, please. This is an informal meeting." He says, "I have something uncomfortable to ask of you and talk to you about."
Where are we right now? We're at the inn.
You're at the military encampment.
That's right.
Straight
Thank you.
south of town. I should probably open this week's map.
Where's that bird coming from?
Probably my house.
Like, am I the only one hearing that?
No, I heard.
No, I hear it.
Okay.
I definitely hear it too.
Okay.
Right outside my window.
Am I going crazy?
Yeah, that's relevant.
Yeah, so you guys are down here, and he asks you, "Tell me about Othig." And before you get suspicious and answer, he saved my life once, and I consider him a friend. But I am concerned. And you guys think back through Othig's stories and realize that this is the Stone Shield who probably helped him cook up the plan that collapsed the ground underneath the undead army during the last War of Flesh that Othig served in when he was your age. So you're like, oh, this is this guy.
I would.
I would ask him, in what way does he mean?
About why he's worried?
Yeah.
He'd lean back and he'd say, "Listen, I don't for a moment believe the crap that the Red Rocks are shoveling. But there's a lot of it. It's hard not to get stink on you when there's that much of it about. And what they did to you folk is... well, it was legal, but it was garbage. And I'm worried about my friend that he's going to do something reckless."
Like die?
Like maybe take half the country with him.
I blame that on the Red Rocks, not us.
I'd like to too, but they're a force. They're becoming a political force to reckon with. I'm wondering that Othig might be someone I can reason with.
Why
Is
are they
is
talking
Othig
through
not
text?
here?
Othig is not... Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oren. All this
Oren.
time I've meant Oren.
Okay.
And I
Well,
keep saying
I was-
Othig.
I was just about to ask you about that because
Yep.
I figured you meant Oren.
Totally meant Oren.
I
Because
was
Othig
confused at
isn't
first,
old
too. I was
enough
like-
to have lived through a war.
I was like,
I was like,
I didn't think I was that old, but I guess there's some
Yeah.
extra backstory for me.
No,
I didn't
sorry.
think you were that reckless.
Nope.
Okay.
He's
So
worried
anyways-
about Oren. Because
So-
if he wanted to know about
Oren-
Othig, he could ask Othig, who's sitting right there.
It's kind of was like, why is he like? All right.
Well,
Yeah.
Othig's that child in the corner that everybody's talking about at parent-teacher conference.
I'm right here, guys.
Oh, man. So, sorry,
I-
Othig.
Matt would explain what happened to the Granitebacks
Mhm.
and that the Red Rocks did plot against the Granitebacks, and that we don't necessarily know all of what went down between Oren and everybody else, just because it's not all public knowledge. But at the same time, we know that most of it is not true,
Hey,
especially the trader bit.
before we have this conversation openly with him, I feel like Othig would try to discreetly remind the group that we agreed, and partly because we thought it was important, but also because Oren asked us to be very careful about talking about, like basically talking about us in general and or our plans going forward.
I wasn't planning on talking about our plans at all.
Yeah, I am going to. Before we get into.
I mean, he
start
obviously
answering-
knows who we are, and so like that's
Yeah.
fine. But
Before we start answering any questions, I am going to cast Detect Magic. It's a ritual, so it's going to take a minute. But specifically looking for any kind of divination, I want to know if anybody's listening in.
You do that, and you see that no one's listening in. In fact, the commander's tent here is warded against scrying magic.
Okay, good.
It would
Okay,
be
cool.
very, very difficult for somebody to listen in to anything that's going on here.
Okay. All right.
How did you get detect magic?
Yeah,
With-
I was just gonna say you just all watched Thanet cast a spell. You're like, what?
With that in mind, I think the other thing that Othig would say would be that just a reminder, like no matter how we answer,
Mm-hmm.
we were really careful in the beginning that we talked about. We wanted to make sure that when we quote unquote did this, that we did it right and not out of a vengeful. Even
Well,
though
no, it's definitely going to be vengeful,
well,
but we want to make sure that when we do it, we're ready for it.
yeah, not to the point where we're reckless and stupid about it. To
Yeah.
the point where we're justice is served in its right
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Not to say that some heads won't get bashed in, but
So I think it's safe to say then you would have a somewhat transparent yet guarded conversation with this man.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You fill him in on what's going on, and he's like, I can't openly help you. But the Red Rocks are plotting something big. And if it comes to it, they're going to cause trouble for this nation. I just want you to know the army will be on your side if it comes to it.
Ooh.
General Stone, what?
Stone
Stone
shield.
Shield.
But tell Oren not to get himself killed before he can do it darn proper.
We will definitely tell him that.
And don't you go getting killed either. My men tell me you've been doing quite a few things around here. Things that
Most of
normally
us have been fine.
we'd be taking care of. But we can't right now because we're dealing with that bloody Sphinx. Which, what do you know about that ambassador that just came through? They tell me you gotta talk with him.
Mav would be open. Mav would explain what he encountered and that he seemed diplomatic, but definitely had power.
I think
arcane power.
Yeah, Othig would definitely mention that he had
You
some.
were
He
dead.
was dead.
Oh, well, yeah, I was dead for that one, wasn't I?
Othig
Shoot.
would definitely
Okay.
mention that I was dead when he came through.
No, but I think I know where you're going with it. Is that there was like this dude was a lion. He was a walking, talking lion.
Yep.
Tony the Tiger.
Yeah. And
Right here.
he seemed, at the very least, he seemed understanding that civil war is not has. He might not necessarily. He personally seemed to have some regret about Kren bloodshed. Now, whether the what?
I was also going to say that he's been around for a long time. He stated that he was here at the creation of our empire.
Yeah.
That kind of takes him back, the general back. He's like, I don't know what to think of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never even heard of this guy or what this thing is.
I'd make him dirty, older than the dirty elves. Power, you say? Stopped time, did he?
Yes.
Huh.
But save the beers.
Yeah, I mean he didn't fight when he could have.
At least
what
he's
that's
a
worth.
sensible enemy.
The other side of that, though, is that he very well could have been putting on
A facade.
a facade in order to, come in like a lamb.
For some reason, I knew you were gonna say coming like a wrecking ball.
Coming like a wrecking ball.
All right, he takes this all into account. Thanks you for your time, and says you're dismissed to catch up with the rest of your crew.
Cool.
I would bow and salute and whatever, and tell him we'll be on our way.
Okay.
Soldiers farewell.
All right, so you exit the tent, and Captain Makos is waiting for you. He does have horses for you, so you can try and catch up a little bit quicker to the rest of the group as they've moved on ahead. And you waited a good 6 hours for the general to arrive.
Okay. And I'm there's 12 of us all together. Not all together right this second, but the whole guild is not the whole guild.
There are
not
10.
and...
I don't remember. 11? 10. There are 10 official guild members at this moment, not counting Orin and Khalid. And then Heschel and Hector are coming along for this ride.
But they're not official guild members.
Correct.
Okay. So is there 12 total people?
13 if you count the captain.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yep.
That was my question. Like, are we all together?
Yes. Well, no. The others have all rode on. It's just you and
No,
Captain
yeah,
Makos.
I meant like, are we all doing the job together?
Yes, you are all doing a job together as the guild. That's what's happening. So
It's our first guild outing, guys.
I know.
So
Team
you guys
building.
head out down the road on horseback, and you're about an hour into the trip, and it's getting late, but Captain Makos wanted to make some time. And so he's pushing on a little bit, and you see off in the distance a flash of lightning to the southwest, which it's a little early in the season for a thunderstorm, but it's not unusual. And then you see more. And it's definitely when the sky lights up with the lightning, there's a lot of clouds coming in. It's a big storm rolling your way, which is pretty unusual for this early in the spring season. You might get a few that would roll through quickly, but this looks like it's covering a huge chunk of the horizon.
Mav would look at Phil
Yeah.
and just say, Druid, is this natural?
Probably not.
You can
Good
make
answer.
a nature check if you wish, Mr. Filbert.
On it. Nature's definitely not what I'm good at.
I have the Maker's Palm map open, but there's no it's completely gray.
Yep.
Is it doing that again?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah,
I
same.
just didn't. Did you not uncover anything in it?
No, it shouldn't be covered at all.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, it's completely gray for me.
I don't know.
Yeah, same.
Dang
Yeah,
it.
it's for me as well.
All right. Yep. It's
Do we need that map right now? Anyways?
no. You do not.
Okay.
So completely natural, eh, Druid?
Seems clear.
Yeah, it does. Even Phil does not need a nature check to realize that this storm is bad. This is a bad storm that's rolling in. And Captain Makos, hearing that declaration, suggests that you guys find some place nearby for cover. So I'm going to need everybody to make survival checks for me.
Oh yeah, guys. Mav's got this.
Do you guys remember when?
Hey,
Do you
that's not
remember
bad.
the first rolls of our lives as dwarves, and it was about putting the camps together or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and Phil ruined it for everybody.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Could you do the opposite of that and help us? Because I need
So
it.
close.
With
Remember when I aced that one and even helped someone else?
Yeah.
And now I can't even put mine together?
Filbert
There you
knows
go, Phil.
exactly where to go.
Filbert, you do use your natural
Backwards.
sense and abilities, and you're looking around and you're looking at the ground and everything around, and you're like, you know what? This big of a storm coming through, we need to make sure that actually, yeah, put him there. Boy, there's Captain Makos. We need to make sure that we're not up high. You know that your country, this territory is very prone to flash flooding. Because the ground is hard and rocky. It doesn't absorb a lot of water. At this point in the year, a storm like that could. So you find a good spot off to the side, and you wait out the storm, and it is ferocious. It is extraordinarily ferocious. You haven't seen a storm like this in a long, long time. And
Mav will just say under his breath that he hopes it causes the Red Rex some problems.
It likely is. Anybody who's building right now is probably dealing with having to have their scaffolding maybe wrecked or washed out, and all sorts of things. If you're anchoring things into the sides of cliffs, that type of stuff happening as well. But the storm lasts a good portion of the night. There are multiple lightning strikes near your camp while you guys are camped, within half mile of where you're at, tops. Maybe even closer to you. You'd almost call the storm reckless in the way it approached.
Does it seem magical in nature?
Being who you are as a bastion, there is a tinge of magical energy in the air.
Okay.
But eventually, it subsides. The storm calms down, and you guys see the dawn come up. You manage to get a decent rest in and hit the road. The horses are a wreck. They spent a very uneasy night underneath the bluff that you guys found to take shelter in. But luckily it was a good one, so we didn't have to worry about any horses taking off into the night while you guys were taking shelter.
While we were traveling, Filbert was worried about getting split up and finding the group, so he had taken Skywrite. During the storm, can I just Skywrite, hey, knock it off, we're trying to sleep?
Yes.
Okay.
You can. It doesn't seem to help at all. That's really funny.
Must be the magical twinge I felt.
It might be. Might have been. So I want to try something here real quick with this map to see if I can get it to behave. I am going to copy, paste. Just because I want you guys to have a decent sense of where you're at in the road with the traveling. Ha!
There goes.
That one did it. So I gotta do a quick grid for just a second to put a token down. Boink. All right, you guys made it to about here when the storm hit. And you giddy up the next day and you start further down the road, and the captain tells you you're only a couple hours away from the mine at this point, and you see, make perception checks for me. Ooh, look at that, Mav. Hot with the 20s. 18's good too.
I have a 30.
I'm still getting used to being able to see again.
Othig is just still a little dead drunk.
Blinky.
Just happy to be alive.
Just
Did you say
taking it all
dead
in.
drunk?
Dead drunk. Yep. You guys watch. Phil, you see it. Mav definitely sees it. Captain Mako sees it. And he yells out axe beaks. And you are being flanked by a group of axe beaks at the moment. And they are about to attack you guys. And I need to know what you want to do. You can try and outrun them, or you can fight them. Wargong. That's a good Wargong. 10's deep. It's average.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, like, Othig's back and everything, but I'm still ready for a fight.
Mav would just say they're better than Puritans.
All right. So roll initiative then, as you guys decide you might not be able to outrun them, and you're going to need to fight these suckers.
Speaking of Puritans, did you know that a shadow of a Puritan is of a human?
I didn't until I watched that
What?
video.
Is that on that video?
Yeah, it was
Yes,
on that
it
video.
is.
It's so funny. Like, I posted the video, but I didn't even watch it because I just thought the title was funny.
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So great. I gotta watch the stuff I post.
So we're all going to go last.
Yeah, seriously.
And
I feel like it's been a while, but remember that time when you challenged the DM to roll initiative?
Yeah, I do.
Of course you do.
There hasn't been another challenge-worthy event yet.
Yeah.
No, there won't be for a while, but man, when it's close, oh man. It's gonna
I
be
mean, I
awesome.
feel like it'll probably be either Thanak or Othig who issues the challenge.
Yes, I
So-
feel like you're probably right.
all right.
Gosh, there's so many possibilities in this campaign too.
I know.
Let me get all these guys in a proper square. All right, there they are. So,
I thought you said you were going to put them in a proper square.
aren't they all in a proper square?
The two to the north of us are offset.
No, they're not.
They are on.
No.
Yeah, they are on mine. They're not-
Gotcha. No, the squares were the wrong size because I was scrolled out further.
Ah,
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does look like it's off.
all right. So you guys are surrounded by axe beaks that are charging in, and axe beak 5 is going to go first. So it is going to run straight down here, and it's going to beak at Phil. 17 to
Why
hit.
me?
17 to hit you, Phil.
17 just hits me.
Filbert, 17.
17 just hits me.
Okay, thank you. You're going to hit for 4 points of damage, and it is now your turn.
Well, can I pull arm that one?
Yeah, you sure can.
So Filbert is going to turn into
Nice.
a dire wolf.
Dude, you walloped that thing.
Yeah, I did.
So Filbert turns into a dire wolf.
I thought that was his name. Giarg Doggo.
Extra large doggo.
That's so funny because as you were saying that, I was trying to look. I was like squinting. I was like, "What the heck does that say?" I thought it was just a bunch of gibberish at first.
You should here. Hold on. I'll make this. Yeah, Phil's petting zoo is public, so you guys can read what he calls all of his forms. It's in the notes. Problem is finding them when I need them. Scary wolf. And then he will bite. Or he's gonna bite Axbeak 3. And will hit.
Yep.
So he will deal 2d6 damage to it, and then it needs to make a strength saving throw, which I'll do here.
Yeah, you go ahead.
And it is not knocked prone.
Okay.
And that will end Gilbert's turn.
Gotcha. All right, so Axbeak 1 is going to come zipping in here, and it's going to attack Makos and miss the captain. The captain deflects its beak with his shield and gets his spear ready to impale it. Othig, you're up.
Oh, well, I'm going to continue to whap the one that I was whapping. Do I get to attack twice?
With your
No.
with your
Your
spear.
butt attack, yeah.
Yeah.
Not till next level. Or
It's
is it
next level, isn't
5?
it? Yeah. Okay.
Might be
Couldn't
level
remember.
5.
Okay.
It's
yes.
level 5.
Okay. Got it.
Dude!
Oh, snap!
Nat
What a
20.
waste, though.
Finish him.
Bam.
Very nice.
All right, so that's going to put an end to Axbeak 5.
I am going to move right there.
Yeah, T, I can. Give me just a sec. I'll wait till it's Thanok's turn. All right, and that's going to end your turn then?
Yes, sorry, I'm done.
All right, so Axbeak 4 is going to come running in here towards the dire wolf and beak it.
Snarl at it.
Does 15 hit your wolf?
Um,
I'm guessing it does. That's
Frontline
a decent
defense. 15 will just hit me.
roll. Okay. You'll take 10 points of damage as this thing just grabs onto your neck and thrashes around.
I will reciprocate.
Okay. So then it's Captain Makos' turn, and he is going to stab it once with his spear and then turn around and stab it a second time with his spear and then hit it with the backside of his spear. And he is going to do a total of... Oh, that's a D4, not a D6. Oh, good. It's a better roll. Total.
Oh, that's cool.
He is
What about
going
if it's
to
a 1?
Yeah, reroll ones as well.
kill Axbeak.
Yeah, so it'll do up to 2.
Oh,
So it
I
does
get
1
it.
and 2. That's how it works.
That's cool.
And crit basically works in reverse, so it does
Anything
past
up to that
the lowest
point.
number. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
All right, Thanok, you're up. Captain Makos annihilated the one that was attacking him.
Okay, cool. You had just said you were gonna wait till my turn to do something.
I'm
I don't
opening
know.
the monster manual for Tony because he needs it to get
Oh,
his
okay.
monsters.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna head over to Axbeak 4, and I'm gonna try out my new dire flail. I'm gonna hurry a little
Nice.
bit. And that. Yeah, that's it. That's it for me.
All right, I'm in the middle of looking for the monster manual, and I must keep scrolling past it. I'm not seeing it, and I know it should be like there it is, right in this area.
You skipped Axby 3.
Jerk. I'll go back.
Oh, that's because I hit the down arrow
Yep.
probably right as you did. Okay.
I haven't had to share a book in so long I couldn't remember how to do it. T, it should be available for you now. where's 3? That's this guy right here. Nope, that's this one that T hit earlier. So it's going to bite you back, hopefully. It will not. That's only a 6 on the dice. So, Mav, you're up.
Mav is going to use his divine precision and then cast a guiding bolt.
Oh, it was a good time for it, too.
That was a good time.
Nice. I mean, that's a terrible roll, but, you know.
Yes,
All right.
but it is next.
It is
Yeah.
next.
Enjoy, my good brother, Othig.
Yep.
Enjoy that advantage as it comes into your square.
Oh, yeah.
It will. It's going to stop right on Thanak, but Othig, go ahead and roll with
Yep.
advantage
I am going to attack it.
with your 20% chance to critically hit now.
Yes.
Not today, but you will strike it for max damage. And,
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
bam. All right.
Nice.
Max Beak 2 looks around, and it is going to bugger off. It is not like
Yeah.
the way that this hunt is going, and it's going to head off running into the hills.
Bucker off.
Phil?
Filbert is going to attack the X-Beak again.
Oh, gosh, guys.
That's a nat 20. How nice for you.
Oh my gosh.
All the
It's
damage.
like one of us dies and now we're all critting, like just
Yeah.
leveling stuff.
All the damage right there. So Filbert, Wolf just
Filbert, move over here.
rips into this other axe beak, just tearing it to shreds after it bit him. And Othig, oops, sorry, I skipped you. It's your turn.
Well, oh no, I gotta get closer if I want to use my butt swing.
Correct. You need to be
Yeah.
within 5 feet of it.
I am listening, guys. I'm just making.
Bam!
Oh, you got
Almost a crit, but an 18 on the dice is still pretty solid.
Oh, and it
Still
automatically re-rolled for me to an 8. Yeah.
Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Oh, I saw that. I was like, how did you do so much damage?
Yeah, that's how it does it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, just automatically does it.
That's cool. That is some cool mechanics you put into your thing.
Yep,
Yeah.
I tested it before I adopted.
That's super sweet. All right, so Othig just comes running up and impales this axe beak, and with that much damage, he just grabs it right through the chest, and he kind of picks it up on his pike, and he's roaring and slams it down, and you just know it is good to be back.
It is good to be back.
It is good to be
So
Granite back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so Captain Makos looks around, and he's like, well, that was short work of those. I expected a bit more of a tussle. You definitely have earned your reputation.
I just let out a howl.
Yeah, and Thanik does a chest bump with Othig.
He kind of looks over at the wolf. He says, but that does make me slightly uncomfortable.
I lick him.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, the horses are very uncomfortable with you as well.
Oh, wait, no, they
Maybe
should
we
know.
give a short
Oh,
bow.
these ones aren't our horses, are they?
No, these are
They're
military
not-
horses.
Yeah.
So they're not bolting because their riders haven't bolted, but they're...
Wait, you said he's a wolf?
Yeah.
I am. I'm a dire wolf.
Othig feels some sort of odd, strange connection, but he can't quite place his finger on it.
I will.
Because that's your cousin.
No, it's
That's
because
like-
I was a dire wolf when he died.
It's talking
Oh.
about between players.
Okay,
Wolf.
cool.
Yeah. And I will kind of lower my head, and whoever the smallest of the Granitebacks is, I'll motion for him to get on.
It's probably Mav.
Going.
Yeah.
No,
Mav's
Mav
not
can't
riding.
ride me. That's my brother. Othig it is.
Probably is Mav.
No, that's a family thing. I can't let that happen.
Learn your place.
So here's basically what happens. You look over and motion for someone to ride you, and we all get on our horses and leave.
That would be very family.
I'll just trot next to my horse.
Okay. So you guys trot on next to your horse, and you arrive at the mine, and as you ride up, Grummy is out sitting on the road, kind of far from the mine, and the Iron Fist brothers are sitting next to her. The others are kind of milling about not far from her, but she looks pissed.
What's going on?
Yeah, let's go find out why.
Did our new friend tell you what mine this was?
Is it a red rock?
Yeah, it's the Jaxus mine, the one that Amcom sold us out for, or bought and lost. My dad. And you know what's worse? It's producing iron by the cartloads.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Then it's good we're here.
She kind of shrugs, and she's like, that's not the worst of it.
Of course it's not.
A good chunk of our missing families here. They're deep inside. They look half-starved.
Okay. Well, Mav would remind them that hushedly about the fact that we're trying to, show off that we're over that. Although we are definitely not over this.
Grummy right now does not look over this in any way, shape, or form. Like, the Iron Fist brothers pull you aside and say it's been everything they can do to keep her from putting an arrow in one of the Red Rock mine foremen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I would offer that anybody that needs to should wait farther out and ensure that the road is clear in front of us.
Yeah, and probably just spend some time talking to her about
Yeah.
what we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, they buried us illegally, so we're going to use the law on our side to bury them.
Mm-hmm.
And so we need, right now, the military's on our side, and we need to keep it that way.
Yeah, it's a long game, but we got to play it.
But every single Red Rock is going to be flayed for this.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of kicks at some stones, wanders out on the other side of the road, spits on the ground, and plops back down again. She has that face where she knows you're right, and she hates you for it.
I would just tell her that we hate us for it too.
No, this is going to be good. This is going to be real good. Like, when they get buried, this is gonna be good. I'm excited. I am so excited.
So that's where the mine is. That's where you guys have gotten to. So Captain Makos comes up to you. He's like, is everything going to be all right here? She looks...
Yeah, we got this. She's passionate, but...
And he overheard some of that. He's like, I didn't know this was the particular mine in question.
Why would you?
It's all right. It's not your fault.
He says, even still, I've put you in me and my mission in a potentially compromising situation. It's intel I would have liked to have known ahead of time. And he's kind of looking over at the mine foremans.
Honestly, we didn't ask because I feel like we probably all figured we needed the money, and we kind of do.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, I need the muscle, and you're the only muscle available. So he goes and he starts making arrangements.
And I'll just point out to him that, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whose mine it is, because we took a job, you hired us,
Yep.
And we're dependable. That's what it comes
We
down to.
accepted it without asking, and that's our fault.
No,
and
I
regardless-
wouldn't even bring up that we're upset about
Yeah.
this.
No. Like, regardless, even if we did, we wouldn't have let it affect our judgment necessarily anyways.
Yeah.
As you say that, you look over and see that Filbert is like eyeing up the entrance to the mine and is like molding earth just real slowly and turns around like, oh, my bad.
That's really funny. So
We are all mature adults here, right?
getting the ore ready and wagoned up because they've started to do it, but it's going to be a bit of a process, and it's getting later in the day again by the time this is completed. The captain suggests waiting till morning, but if you want to leave at night, you could.
We'll wait until morning.
Okay. So while they're loading up the ore, you guys begin to realize almost all of the heads of the families have been sent here. Like, your parents are here. And some of your older siblings, if you weren't the oldest, are here. And they all look awful.
Are we in a position where we can talk to them? Like, are they near where we would be?
Yeah, you can get right up to the wagons you're going to be guarding, and they're the ones loading them, so you can definitely go talk to them if you wanted to.
It's not seen as like interfering or anything like that if we're.
It'll depend on what you guys do. If you're not,
Because technically we're interacting with slaves. I mean, is that like
as long
how's
as
that?
the
viewed?
work isn't slowed, they probably would be okay. The only people you don't see here are Othig's parents, because you know they're at Red Rock Keep.
Right.
So if you want to have a light conversation with them, you can do that.
I would just want to make sure that it's known that we are working to get them out of here.
Yeah.
Okay. They
Is our mom here?
Your mom
The
is
last
here.
thing I'd want to find out before we go forward, like there would be no way to, like we couldn't give them anything like rations, right? Like
No.
that would be completely.
I mean,
Yeah,
you could,
that
but
would-
their keepers would take it from them immediately.
Right.
So
That's
you'd
what I
have to
was-
do it on the down low, and then that's even worse.
Yeah, I don't want to risk that. So as much as I'd like to.
Yes, mom is there, Phil. I don't know if you heard me say that or not. Yeah, most of the clan elders are here except for Orin and Othig's parents. But you convey to them that you're working on a plan to get them out. They take a little bit of joy at that, but they mostly, time and again, they just convey to you to keep yourselves safe. They're thrilled that you guys are free, and they just want you to stay safe.
We're trying.
Yeah, I would encourage.
We won't mention the recent
Yeah, no, I would encourage.
hardships.
At the very least, I would tell my parents
Mhm.
and my family to do whatever they say. Whenever they say, jump at it, but keep a mental note so that we can pay them back.
Your dad puts his head to the side and he shows you a huge scar from the back of his ear all the way down his chest. It looks deep and gnarly, and he says they don't give us much of a choice.
I will let you be
Noted.
the one to repay that.
He smirks. He says, "You just stay alive."
You too.
Okay. Anybody else want to pass along any well wishes or frustration?
I feel like similar sentiments to people
Silbert,
that we.
your mother, actually, an event happens. She locks eyes on you and at first says, "Orin?" And then she looks closer and she her head goes back and she's like, "It can't be. My wee filly!" And she comes running for you.
Well, that's good. I will run at her as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
As this event happens, a guard comes up, grabs her by the back of the neck, and whips her to the ground. And screams at her
No.
for her to get back to work.
Are any of us close enough to Phil for this?
I knew that was gonna-
Phil, upon seeing that, as soon as he lays hands on his mom, casts hold person on him.
Yeah. Are any of us close enough for that?
Yeah, I'd want to.
Is
stop.
he within? Is he within 90 feet or 60 feet of me?
I would say probably not, because Filbert was sneaking off trying to mold earth and do.
Oh, that was just at the
shade.
opening to the
Okay.
mine.
Maybe.
as
Yeah.
as a reaction, because I feel like it would be obvious that he was going to cast a spell I'd probably want to snap at him, but not in such a way. What I'd want to say is, remember what we talked about on the road.
Let's see. You'd
I'd
be
wanna
able
get
to
his
yell
attention.
that. Mav, I'd say you were probably closer to your mom than you were to Phil. So I would say you're probably within 90 feet of him. For her to be able to make out that it was Phil, you would be within
If he
90
casts that spell, I'm absorbing it.
Okay. Filbert, your spell goes off, but you do see Mav suck the power in, and he looks at you, and his eyes are wide, and he kind of just shakes his head, and you look around, and all the Red Rock guards got their hands on their weapons.
I'm going to calmly grab Phil and just remind him about what we talked about all that time ago on the road, and just kind of slowly usher him out of the way so that this doesn't become a thing.
And then Mav's going to try to calm down the emotions in the area.
Okay. So things go back to normal pretty quick. Captain Makos looks around, and he is figuring out just how much deeper this goes. This just isn't the mine that your group was swindled out of and you guys needed to pay for. He's figured out all your family is here. And he gets right in the foreman's face about it, and he starts threatening laws against the mistreatment of slaves and how, yes, they're property, but he doesn't need an investigation coming down on this mine, so he suggests that these people eat better this evening, and he just lays into this guy. And the guy gives him a little bit of pushback, but Makos puts his hand on his shoulder and just shoves him to the ground and tells him to remember who he's talking to.
Nice.
Nice.
So that was my action.
Yeah.
The only other thing Phil would have done is he would have immediately turned into a giant shadow cat. But if they're immediately diffusing the situation like that, Phil would have like half transformed into shadow cat.
Well, it
so
is
like
an
the head
action
would
for
have
you to
turned into like
transform, isn't it?
bonus action,
Good grief.
wild shape. It's really all I have. So just my head is like a shadow lion, and then I look at Mavamine as he absorbs my spell, and I just give him like an angry cat face. And I'll just stay like that for a second, and then transform back into
Just
Phil.
hiss at him.
Yeah.
So the situation is diffused. The loading of the carts continues. You guys turn around and look, and you see Grummy step out from behind some bushes right near the road, and she definitely is loaded up with arrows, and she looks sad that it didn't go down.
When maybe not necessarily right this second, but when Captain Makos has a moment,
Mm-hmm.
I would ask him who ordered this job.
It just kind of came up in the flow of contracts that the military gets iron from. The military gets iron from just about any available mine, and so it became available nearby. They had a need, so they just filled it.
Okay.
He said it really doesn't work any different than that. If there'd been a mine closer, I'd have picked that one.
Okay.
So I thought this mine was dried up. What is
happened?
different now?
What happened is a great question.
Apparently it wasn't.
I'll tell you what happened. Nothing happened. It was a lie.
They dug a little bit deeper and found a very rich vein of iron and a large amount of gems as well.
Yeah.
Dwarves know these things. How is this overlooked?
You don't quite know how this
know.
was overlooked.
Through lies and treachery.
Lies and deceit.
Mm-hmm.
And shenanigans.
Well, we would know. We've seen the paperwork.
Well,
Mavamine looked it over.
Mav's seen both.
How in depth did you look at it though? Didn't you just kind of look and see what it was and then move on?
It was
The
a
first
decent
one
read.
The first one I read it quite detailed.
Yeah.
The second one was more of a look over of, oh, this is different.
And then where
That
Grimmy
is
killed
important.
somebody.
Okay.
Yep. So
And then we TPK'd.
But as far as like examining the mine, you don't know if anybody ever went to examine the mine. You just know that it was supposedly bought by Uncle Amcum. Some miners were sent to it to begin prepping for your clan to take it over, and they reported back that the veins had dried up.
Yeah, we don't even know if the part about like being purchased was even.
Well, no, there's something in the paperwork. Now maybe I'm just misremembering, but I thought something in the paperwork implied that the Red Rocks knew the iron mine had dried up before they sold it to us.
Correct.
The original contract was that we didn't necessarily have to pay if the mine didn't pan out.
Oh, that's what it was.
So
That's what it was.
if
Yeah.
they sold us an empty mine, we were not on the hook for the money.
Yep.
That's
The
right.
revised contract was we owed $7,500.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. That's right.
Revised? You mean fake?
Yeah.
It all depends on who's looking at it.
Yes, it does.
So, anything else you guys want to do here or attempt at this moment?
Matt would mention that it might be prudent, even though it's more dangerous, to leave tonight rather than wait till the morning.
Well, I guess about that, like, are we on? So now that we're here, like, has that fulfilled the contract?
No, you got to get the ore back. You're on caravan duty. Your contract is to guard these things on their way back.
Yeah. So here's my concern. One is that if we leave now, we're gonna end up running into exhaustion issues. But if we stay, we have people like Grummy and Phil who are. The irony here is that they're both Tony's characters, but that's fine. But Grummy and
So,
Phil, among possibly some others. I don't want to just point
there
the-
are many people that hold grudges that could cause an.
Yeah. The longer that we are in close contact, the larger potential for problems.
What if?
My guess or my suggestion is that if we stay, we set up guard duty.
Rummy and Phil will take guard duty.
No.
Yeah, everyone knew that wasn't happening.
That we have enough for 3 people. 3 people at a time. And we stay, like a buddy system, except with 3 people.
Okay, so we're
The two of
Rummy,
which-
Phil, and Sky.
Split up Phil and Grummy.
Well, pretty much 2 of the outsiders with 1 of the Granitebacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to, like maybe, I don't know if it matters, but it might be better to camp maybe like 10 minutes out and then just come back here in the morning and then make the trip back out just so that we kind of distance ourselves from, just have some distance in there too, along with what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Is our contract to protect the ore while it's at the
at the mine.
No,
Or
I
does,
don't
it,
know.
or does it start as soon as the caravan leaves?
that's when it starts.
I would agree then. I would say that we should camp farther out.
Yeah.
Like we just need to keep ourselves. We need to at least keep ourselves honest in this situation and protect.
Okay. Makos would agree to that, but he's going to stay here with the ore.
That's fine.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. We'll find them in the morning.
Yeah, because we still have 12 people to split 3 shifts up with 3 each.
Yep. All right, so you guys had a good ways away from the mine, and you go to sleep. I don't know if anybody's going to attempt anything. The NPCs are not going to attempt anything. Okay, Phil's behaving. He's felt scolded enough. He's still a little gun shy about getting somebody else killed, and he knows that's a bad news situation down there. So
It's funny because I totally forgot, but before we retired for the night, I was going to make Phil promise on his mother's life that he wouldn't do anything that would get us.
It's his mother's life is the only reason he's not.
Yes, I know. That's why I was going to say it.
Because somebody touched his mom and nobody touches mom.
Well,
So,
I know.
Morning comes, you guys meet back up. Captain Makos is ready to go. The drivers are all ready to go. They're really just waiting for you to hit. He asks how you would like to divide your groups. So, this is a bit of a shell game for you now. I will allow your team to pick a position, but then you need to divide the rest of your guild into 2 other teams and decide where to put them.
Are we making the is a situation that like the four of us, I had to count for a second. The 4 of us are gonna be together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. You 4 are together, and then you develop 2 teams and you stick them either you'll have the rear, the front, or the middle.
So
I know
I
this
would
is probably
definitely-
metagaming a little bit, but are those other teams susceptible to being attacked separately? Like, do we need to worry about like their composition, or how is this?
You should worry about their composition.
Could somebody like make a list who these people are real quick so we're not forgetting?
It's in Discord
Sure.
in the guild
Oh,
section.
quick,
The guild
sweet.
roster.
We have Mav,
Oh,
Phil,
that's right,
Fennec,
that's right.
Oathig, Weregrummy, Dalozian, Iron Fist, Fizz Green, Iron Fist, Pungent Sky, Marley, Bronze Bear, Kaki,
Racky.
Kaki,
Scott.
Cake Fist, and Scooge.
And then the other two.
Scooge.
Yep.
Um,
You would know. Hector is a level 4 fighter, and Heschel
Is a level 1
is
cleric.
a level 1 cleric.
Okay.
So he is.
So those two with Pungent Sky and Wargrummy, I think would make a good set.
Yes, I think you're right.
And then if we did the Barbarian and the Monk with a Wizard,
Who's a barbarian?
Skog,
Skog Stonebreaker.
yeah,
Oh, just
did
as dwarf.
them
Okay.
with the Iron Fists.
Yeah, I think
I
that
mean, I
works.
think that would.
And you said we had to stick together, right? Mike?
Yes, you guys
Yeah.
stick together.
Yeah.
So I would say that we are in the middle, so that we could respond to both
Me
the front
too, yeah.
and the
I
back,
agree with that. Yep.
depending on the situation.
Yeah.
I would put the Wargummy and Pungent Sky are together, so I put them at the front, where they're the
Yep. Yep.
most perception, and then put the Monk and Barbarian in the back with the other rogue.
Yeah. Sure. Love it.
Wait, who's the other rogue? You said the monk and the barbarian, Saraki and Skoog, and then
One of the dwarf, one of the Iron Fist brothers is a
Yeah.
rogue.
oh, so we still have. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you're right. Yep, you're right. Good. Okay.
Okay. All right, so you guys divide your team out and you hit the road. And your first day travel, you get to about here, close to where you got attacked by the axe beaks. But further south than that, and it begins to rain again. And it begins to rain pretty hard.
Can we
Same as
have
before.
Phil? Can we have Phil do another check? Just never mind. Oh no.
It would be
yeah.
actually. I made Phil roll nature last time. It would be a survival check, which I'm sure he's better at.
Significantly better. That's a 23.
Phil, this is just a heavy rain. You don't see a thunderstorm coming, but it is a heavy rain. However, it is very unusual to have a rain this close to another rain. If you were in the end of spring right before summer, this wouldn't be unusual at all. But you're just out of winter and early spring. This is really strange.
Do I feel any familiarity to this, having spent a long time with the rain
No.
itself?
I mean, it's got that comforting sense to it. Like, even though she's not here, you can almost feel runs between raindrops. It's just like that heavy memory moment. But there's no actual presence here.
Is there a spot on the caravan where I could sit for a minute or two?
Yeah, absolutely. You can sit on top of the crates.
Can I cast detect magic on this? Would it work that way?
You'd have a little bit more challenging time with the ritual, but you could get it off.
So funny. I was actually thinking about that earlier.
Yeah.
You want to see if there's someone behind this? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I am my paranoia is kicking in. Like the Red Rocks have a druid on staff that they used to like shape the mine so that we couldn't get into where the iron was. And
Yeah,
then they also
I track with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
you're onto a real legit D&D plot here.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is nothing magical about the rain.
Okay. Yeah, yes, that is panic.
Yeah. So you guys continue on the wagons through the rain. The mules are slowing down. The road is getting muddier, and then it happens. There is a mudslide across the road, and one of the wagons gets slid down into the in through the wash. The driver jumps out in time, but the mules in the ore just tumble and get buried in the mud. You end up with 7 wagons on one side of the mudslide and 3 stuck behind it. And I will give you a map of this area so you can see what you want to plan to do to figure out how to circumvent this obstacle.
Are you saying that those 3 are lost?
You'll see it better in just a sec. Let me share the map.
Opening cutscene.
I didn't mean to do that.
You
Close
don't
that
wanna...
immediately.
Yeah.
You cannot see this
I
thing.
closed it. I didn't look at it. I closed it.
I just read opening cutscene. I was
Wait,
like,
you opened it again.
Why do you keep sharing
Stop
that with
opening
us?
that-
Are you trying
don't
to?
look at this.
I'm trying to make it go away. It doesn't want to go away. There.
I'm being tricked.
I
Yeah.
made it go away. But you're still on there. Now I'm nervous.
Who's still on where?
Okay. Why are you still on here?
What do you mean?
I can still see all your pictures at the bottom of my thing.
Because it's shared with us. Are you able to go into where you have it?
I think it was just they were just pictures stuck there. I just think it took it off. All right, so it's kind of like this. There are 3 wagons stuck here. 1 got washed down in that ravine. It's a good 200 feet below you.
Oh no!
Buried in mud, and you don't quite know what to do with it. The other 4 wagons are on the other side of the wash. Actually, you guys are in the middle. Can you think of anything you can do as this road starts to give way to save this wagon?
Mold earth.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You have some mold earth?
Yeah, I have mold earth. I have create bonfire. I can burn it.
Okay. Mold earth is the cantrip one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So Phil, make 3 of your spell attack rolls as you try to get the earth stable enough to keep this wagon floating.
Can I bless him and the 2 donkeys?
You sure can.
I am blessing you and the 2 donkeys.
Could I use my strength to try to keep the wagon upright?
You could, but if you go out on there, you feel like you could get swept away in the mud.
I was thinking,
Right.
we have rope. I don't know if we'd be able to. I don't know if we'd be able
that's
to
not who I
like,
want.
pull it out and use it quick enough.
This is happening super quick in a matter of seconds. So getting rope out and tying somebody off is probably not going to happen.
It wasn't necessarily tying anybody off. It was just kind of throwing it around to the other side.
Like grappling hook the wagon like you would a cliffside?
Kind of. I don't know. No. I was thinking like I'd be on one side, you'd be on the other, long ways, and then we'd like jump rope the rope to the other side of it and hold it. But that would only be one of them.
Okay. Well, Phil,
Yeah.
your first mold earth, you get really excited and you start to mold earth and you shoot it right up alongside of the cart and completely miss. And you're like, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. And then you get your second one, and the donkeys are freaking out and screaming and braying, and they get the cart turned sideways as you balance it. And the third one, because you nat 20'd it, you do manage to push the cart over to the other side of the opening ravine, but the harnesses on the donkeys snap, and they are pulled away. But the cart is still there.
But they're
So the
blessed.
donkeys are falling down into the pit?
I will give the donkeys a dexterity save because I forgot Andy said he blessed them. Well, that's pretty good.
They do have great ideas, you know.
Well, that's 2 15s if you the way you add the math. So the donkeys are stuck in the mud a little bit down the ledge. They managed to not get swept away.
And the cart's safe?
The cart is safe.
Sweet.
So you guys in the last group are all stuck on this side of the ravine. The other carts and the other adventurers from the guild and the captain are all on the north side of the ravine.
You're talking about that ravine there, eh?
Yep.
How
Correct.
wide is that?
That is 25 feet across.
Do I feel like I know how long it would take to use mold earth to fill that?
Hours.
Yeah,
Because
I had a feeling.
this mud it's still raining, so it's going to keep washing it out.
Oh, that's good. That's healthy. That's
Could I use my carpentry skills to have one of the larger, more muscular men chop down a tree and then create like almost a plank bridge over the mud?
You could, but that would take some time. And the captain wants to know what if you feel like you can handle these three and he should move on, or if he should stay here. He's looking around at the cliffs, and this section of the road he's a little worried that this isn't the end of this.
Should I go ahead with them?
I would tell. Wait, are the four of us all together?
Yeah, the four of you are all together.
So I would tell the captain to move off to his.
I would also send the other group with them, since they now have seven of the
carts.
they have 7 of them, 7 of the carts. So they should take the 7 carts, 2 groups. We'll protect the 3 and try to get it across the ravine.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys do some fancy work with some rope stuff, and everybody gets pretty dirty, but you get the other group across, and they move on with the carts, and you guys begin trying to figure out a way to get these guys across. Yes, you can move the carts around if you want to reposition them. They are tokens.
Thanak. We should do what we did with the grain mill. They'll all make it across. I guarantee it.
You mean you should build something incorrectly and then catapult them?
You
Is
made
that
it.
No. No.
I just showed you how.
No.
So how would you guys like to secure this, or to traverse this? I mean, Mav's got some ideas. He's thinking maybe you guys could take down a tree.
Yeah. I feel like we'd need to take down a couple of trees, though.
You might. Or you'd have to find a way to be able to split them into planks that would work reasonably well in this environment.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I've got a halberd that can.
well, I got a couple of hand axes, so I'll toss
Yeah.
an axe to Othig. And how about the two of us, Othig and I, get to work on trying to take down some trees?
Yeah, looks like we've got a few in the area, so.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, the two of you can figure out what we're gonna do once we hit these trees.
Okay.
I'll start drawing up some plans.
In the rain?
in the rain. I'll go over to the other tree.
He can stay in one of the caravans. He's got protection.
Well,
He's
they're
fine.
open.
He's not gonna deal with it.
These are not fancy wagons. These are farm wagons, transport
Oh.
cargo wagons at best.
Could
Okay.
This isn't no
Here's-
Hilton style Vardo from Barovia.
I thought maybe one of them had like a canvas cover on.
Phil, could you do your best to settle down the mules so that they're not freaking out?
Oh yeah, I'm on it. I turn into a donkey.
Okay. So
I feel like for some reason you would also have like some sort of like presidential suit on. He's the trustworthy donkey. We should follow him.
And I'll go talk to the donkeys as a donkey and just tell them that help is on the way.
Yeah.
Okay. The donkeys are getting nervous, so they do tend to huddle up a little bit here. Not too much because the road is slippery and narrow. So while you guys are working on the trees, Phil's a donkey. I need the three of you.
Can they kind of
stars.
back up to where it's a little bit larger of an area?
Yeah, you can put them wherever you want. You guys, if you don't want them gathering up together, you can move them wherever you want on that road space. That is a 25-foot cliff that you guys are alongside, so you won't be able to put them up, but you can put them elsewhere. Okay. So you guys start moving the donkeys all together, and I need perception checks from you.
Ooh, I get a bonus for that.
Phil, you do not because you're a donkey, and you're talking
You got
to
a passive
donkeys.
perception of 10. I can see it right there.
Mav, you're too busy making plans. Othig, not too shabby.
Terrible.
Vanek, you're not doing so hot either. You guys fail to notice several things happening as you're starting to, I wouldn't say argue about how to put these trees together and how are you going to build a bridge out of all this stuff and whatnot, but you're definitely not. You're having some issues. You're having some family matters going on. And suddenly, Othig looks over, and it's, Othig, you've never seen a snake out in the rain before. Like, that's weird. And then you look and you see other snakes out in the rain. And you think, oh, maybe their burrow got flooded out, and they're all trying to get out. That's
It's like worms that come out after a rain.
That's maybe a reasonable explanation. And then you watch the snakes begin to transform into larger snakes and people, and you think, well, that's not normal at all. I should probably roll initiative.
Poof!
Just don't go down.
Oh, dear. You could get killed here, Filbert.
I mean, you said I wasn't paying attention, right?
You can't turn into anything that can fly yet, can you?
Not until level 8.
Well, good thing you're a lucky duck. Well, sort of. Filbert, Donkey Filbert shows up right here.
Right. I don't remember if I teleport as a donkey or not.
You do.
All right, there it is.
You know.
You see two huge snakes form above you on the ridge line, just looming over the ridge. You look up and you give a little donkey pee, and poof, up there. You're already panicked, and you poof right to them. The rest of you guys are all huddled around this tree, talking about how best to deal with this tree. And you see 4 people. The token is a lady, but there's a couple of guys in this too. But they look pretty normal to you, but they definitely move very serpent-like and viperous. And so you guys all rolled initiative. Thanak, you're a little low on there. But Phil, you're up first. But before you do that, I gotta pee. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Gulp.
Hey, Thanak, what's your AC?
17 or 19 with a shield. So I would say Othig and Phil take the constrictors.
I don't have a choice. That's where I live right now.
Yeah. So Othig go help him, and then the two of us will take the Yonties.
Here's my question: Do I stay a donkey,
Well,
or do I turn into something else?
I would.
Do I
How many
waste
more
the wild shape?
how many hit points does a donkey have?
11.
So it's not really gonna be an issue for too much longer.
Well, no, but if I go first, I can turn into
Oh, you are.
something far
Well-
stronger.
I mean, how many wild shapes do you have?
2 for short rest.
That's fine.
Oh, for short rest. That's right.
It's fine.
This thing only does 1d4 plus 2 bludgeoning damage, though.
Yeah.
All right, I am back. And ready to go. So, Phil, what are you doing?
Donkey is definitely releasing the remainder of that donkey mess. He's gonna kind of just gulp, and then he lets out a big old bray, and we'll just hoof stomp one of these things.
I mean, Donkey Hoof Stomp is an AoE, isn't it?
Donkey
No.
It's not. It's not. Oh, all right.
Maybe if it's a cone.
Yeah.
Definitely not a cylinder.
He gets him,
Good job, Donkey.
and he gets him good.
Oh my gosh.
And with that, I just kind of like hee-haw and like buck a little bit, and then I'm gonna move away from the one I just hit and see what happens.
Oh,
and
it's
move
good.
in this direction.
It is
Yep,
going.
yep.
You can't. That is 20. That's a 30-foot down cliff. If you move there, you're gonna fall.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So I'll move this way
Okay.
as best I can towards my friends,
Okay.
and we'll see what happens. So
I love
number
that
one,
you-
we'll make the
You
attack
watch
of
this
opportunity
snake
against me.
lunge at you with a ferocity, like just is unbelievable for a creature of that size. But it does not manage to strike you because you're like gallivanting through the other twisting pieces of other snake. That it's other snakes get in the way.
Yep. So that'll be that, and he'll just kind of hee-haw and stand his ground like a stubborn mule.
Right on. All right. So Mav, you're up.
I mean,
I'm
I assume that you're a dire mule, right?
No, I was a regular mule, so I'd make the other mules feel comfortable.
I'm trying to imagine what a dire mule would be like.
Like an elk.
Mav is going to cast Warding Bond on Othig. Othig, you have a +1 bonus to your AC. You have a +1 bonus to your saving throws. You have resistance to all damage, and then we split any damage you do take.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Well, sweet.
Yeah, I always wanted to
Thanks.
use that on you on Mar, except you had it anyways.
Yeah, it's
When
true
you
because
had
the
being a
armor.
wolf, you already had it.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
is he the only one you can cast that on, Andy?
Yes, but it's not concentration.
No, it's not. I was just more worried about the rings.
You're worried about the what?
The warding bond spell requires a material component that has a pretty high cost.
No, it doesn't. It's just rings. It doesn't matter. It's not a like expensive rings. It's just rings that you just literally hand to the person.
Oh, I thought they had a gold cost. Okay, cool.
All right. Mav did that. Othig then, unless you got a bonus action or you want to move, but you don't really
Nope.
have anywhere to go.
He is definitely not moving.
Okay.
Okay, and I can strike Constrictor Snake 2 from where I'm at.
You can. You're not in a square, but boink, boink. You are now.
Great. All right.
All right, that'll hit. It's dirty 20
Nice.
for 12 damage. Very nice. Anything else?
I'm not within butt strike range, right?
Correct.
I am going to stay put. Actually, no. I'm going to move right there, which is going to put me in butt strike range.
Okay. So, yeah, if you want to move closer to it, you can move there, and then you can hit it with your butt strike on your backswing, because you're now within range. And you will. 18 on the dice, or 12 on the dice plus 6, for another 5 damage. Very nice. All right. Constrictor Snake 2's turn. Gentlemen, would you like to make an attack of opportunity as this snake slithers down the hillside?
Oh, yes. Wait. Who else can do that?
All 3 of you. Thanik, Othig,
No,
and...
it wasn't close enough. It wasn't close
Yeah, you
enough
were.
to me.
You are... It's right on the corner. It's a big circle, so it doesn't look like it was, but it definitely was.
I would like to make my opportunity of attack last if it's not dead.
No, I would like you to go first.
Oh, really?
You literally moved that as I dropped the dice.
I have reactions that I want to be spending on other things.
Okay. All right.
Get him! Oh, yes!
Donkey.
I'm doing so good as a donkey.
Donkey just lays into that with another kick as the snake slides away.
I know it says hooves, but I want to think I bit that one.
Like, sure, donkey bite. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, think it'd be your turn then? To make an attack of opportunity?
Is Mav? Oh no, Mav isn't.
Mav is not.
Can-
Mav is not going to attack.
Okay.
But it's gonna get the donkeys.
Yeah.
2 rerolled to 5.
Very nice. So you wail into that sucker, and
Oh, he's only wounded, so yeah, no, I'm not going to attack.
Sucks.
yep, you've put a pretty good hurt on that snake, and he is only wounded. And you watch as his jaw opens up, and it scoops up the crates of iron. It is completely ignoring the donkey, but it is basically swallowing all of the goods on the cart.
Oh, it is?
So
Yep.
crazy.
Oh, good.
Okay?
Since when did snakes eat iron?
All
When they're
right.
told to by snake masters.
So
Yeah, I
this
guess.
one right here is going to look at Mav and begin casting a spell. He's not here. Jerk.
He might be able to hear us.
Yeah, I feel like he would have answered by now.
You never know. He might have muted himself again.
Yeah, probably has to speak.
I mean, that's like, you've got a 50-50 chance when he moves that he's going to mute
What?
himself.
Do I recognize the spell?
Make an Arcana check. This thing is about to cast Suggestion.
I'll wait to see what he wants to do.
Okay. Yeah, that was unfortunate timing for
Yeah.
him to leave. I mean, it would have been whoever I cast it at, too, because I want to know if he's going to absorb it.
Yeah. Yeah. I keep thinking that you're, like, specifically the mason jar, I keep feeling like you're just drinking honey.
No, it was iced tea. I'm just going to go with he did absorb it, and if he didn't, we'll resolve it differently. Actually,
Okay.
we can't. I really need him here for this.
Yeah. If he doesn't do something about it, I will.
Okay. Well, then why don't you go ahead and do something about this one, because there are 3 more of these guys.
Okay, so I will cast Muddle on him. And, on her.
All right. So
I can't do any. That's a spell save, so I can't do anything about that.
All right.
Like mechanically. I mean, my
Right on.
fantasy grounds.
She will fail that spell.
Okay.
So how does muddle work? I know we just talked about it like 5 days ago.
It just reduces her DC by whatever.
Right. That's what it does. Okay.
Yeah.
So Othig, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, but you get to add 5 to it because Thanak has done something to this caster.
Okay.
She starts to whisper incantations, and he starts to all dwarvishly make fun of what she's doing, and she gets confused, and the spell doesn't go off as strongly as it should.
Oh, well, I know it's probably not going to matter, but it's actually
You
plus
actually tie
6.
her DC before this with the +5. So,
But it's actually plus 6.
oh, so yeah.
Thanks to Andy.
Oh no, wait a minute. Never mind. I gave you the plus, and I took 5 off of her DC. You do not. You do not.
Oh,
Sorry. She tells you to descend, and so you need to start climbing down the cliff immediately. On your next turn, you will have to spend your movement to climb down the cliff.
Okay.
It's not necessarily bad. There's a snake down there.
Yeah.
All right, this one. Yeah, see, this is where I need him.
Yeah.
Because it's just going to keep happening.
He went for a long time.
I'm going to go on to the constrictor snake at least. Since there's nothing happening. Oh,
Oh, he went.
Oh.
he went away.
Oh,
There
he
he
was
is.
back. He just couldn't talk. That's a
Maybe. Or he switched to his phone.
Just kidding.
Discord is freaking out, he says. Kick it. All right, well, this snake. What snake is this? 3? Is this one? Phil, you already made an attack of opportunity. You cannot again. This one moves down and sucks up.
This was really crazy. It looked like everything was on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sucks up another crate. Andy, can you hear us?
I can. Can you
Okay.
hear
Yes,
me?
we can.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. We'll just shut my laptop down.
All right.
Okay. So they're eating the loots.
The giant snakes are descending on the carts and eating the crates.
They're ignoring the donkeys.
Yep.
That's no bueno.
And
I just
the
had
Yuan-Ti
suggestion
Pure
cast on
Blood
me.
are casting Suggestion. Now, Adam dealt with the first one, kinda, but there is another one now casting Suggestion. The spell has definitely been identified as Suggestion.
I'm gonna absorb that.
That's what I figured you'd do. Okay. So, now the third one is casting Suggestion.
What spell level is that?
I believe that is a 2nd level spell.
Okay.
All it
Can
made
you
him
just keep
do
doing
was
that?
wander off a cliff, so don't worry, it's not a big deal.
It did tell Othig to descend. Or, yes, Othig.
Okay.
Can you tell who this one's looking at?
Number 3? Number 3 is about to cast this on you, Filbert.
Let him do it. Filbert, or the donkey's just like nodding at you, like, let him do it.
Okay, well, the third one casts Suggestion on Filbert, and it tells you to descend.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yes, please.
16.
16 is definitely enough to save against this effect. Captain
I
Mako
just moon it.
is not here. Thanek, you're up.
Okay. Who is left?
4. 4 has
Okay,
not
I'm gonna
gone
go over to. I'm gonna go over to 4.
yet. Okay.
And I am going to whack her in the face with my dire flail.
Good call.
You will hit her.
A good hit.
Good hit. Very good
That's
hit.
it.
Nice.
Okay. This snake scooches down and swallows up the last of the crates.
Stop!
How many pounds of iron are these things eating?
A lot.
Oh my gosh.
So, let's see here. This one begins casting Suggestion.
I am going to use my interrupt
All
on
right.
that.
Make an
so
attack
just
roll.
make it- Oh, come on. Come on. Come on.
Seeing that you've already been muddling with their spell some, she slips out of the way a little bit and hisses at you. And as you're close to this creature now, her eyes are she looks very human, except her eyes are snake-like, and when she hissed at you, she has a forked tongue. And you think she might have like some scales on her skin, but you can't quite tell.
Okay.
All right, Phil, you're up.
I'm a donkey.
You are a donkey.
Moving to the edge. Am I able to see any of the iron in these things' mouths?
No, it looks like they have used their whole turn basically to swallow this stuff. You see large bulges inside of them where the crates would be, but you do not see the iron.
Okay.
Oh, hey, what happened? What does the spell do? She used the spell, and then what happened?
Oh, that's right. She got it off. Never mind. I'm sorry. Thanak, you need to make a wisdom saving throw. Thank you. You are commanded on your next turn to descend. Thanks for reminding me.
No problem.
All right, Phil, what else would you like to do? You used 15 of your movement to get over to the edge. You observe the snakes and see that they have no... there's no visible iron. They've swallowed the crates of it.
Yep. Okay. And these things look really hardy. We pounded on that one, and it didn't seem to do a whole lot.
I mean, granted, 2 of those attacks were from a donkey.
Hey, now. I am a
they were good
mighty
hits. They
beast.
were
What is
good
the
hits.
distance down? 20 feet?
It's 20 feet down.
Phil's going to try and go down as a donkey.
I mean, donkeys are natural climbers.
That's true. They are. Make a dexterity saving throw.
With the donkey's dex, which is not better than Phil's.
Could you like half shift just so that the donkey has hands and feet?
No.
Okay.
No. Can't. I wish I could.
All right.
Oh, he's got a +0. Give me that dice. That's an 8.
You're gonna fall.
That's okay. How much donkey damage do I take?
Well, you land in mud, which is good, so you only take 18 points of falling damage.
Perfect. I'm not a donkey anymore, and I didn't have to use my bonus action. Perfect. I'll take 6 points of over. And I'm going to thunder wave these jerks.
Okay.
Am I able to position that square in such a way to not hit the donkeys?
No, you're gonna hit some of those donkeys.
The
Well, I
donkeys.
still have movement.
They're on the ground, and the snakes are on the ground. Unless you can put it up in the air, which you really can't do, because it's a 5-foot square that emanates from you. You're gonna hit the donkeys.
Can I leave any of the snakes out of it to not hit the donkeys?
No, they're like the 2 right in front of you are like all. There's a donkey pile right in the front of you.
I was gonna say I don't see the donkeys, and I can't move the snakes to find the donkeys.
I mean, we stacked everything on top.
They're under the snakes.
Yeah, they're right. They're right there.
Yeah. All those caravans are stacked, basically.
Yep.
Like they're
Okay. Well, I'm going to continue my movement and get right in the middle of all 3 of them again, because why not?
Okay.
Yep. And then, as I'm moving in there, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on the 3 of them, and I guess the donkey.
Sure.
But importantly, it's the constrictor snakes. So I can't target.
Yep, I got them.
the donkeys.
All 3 of them snakes are going to fail. I just went ahead and rolled the whole business. So
Okay. So I put it on. I was only able to get it on 2 of them. I can't seem to click on your other donkey or your other constrictor.
which one can't you get to?
2? There we go. Oh, that's because I kept targeting the friggin'
donkey. Yep. We'll just get those out of the way since.
There we go. So
down there,
let's see. Granted advantage against 1, 3, 2. There we go. So those guys all have that, and then I'm going to turn into a dire wolf.
Okay, do it, Mav.
I command the donkeys to attack.
Mav is going to use his divine precision. Which one is commanding Othig currently?
Number 1.
He's going to let loose a 2nd level guiding bolt at number 1.
A guided guiding bolt.
See,
Guiding
It's
bolt.
a good guiding bolt. Wow, you walloped her. Okay, so I have to. I don't know. Is suggestion concentration? It is, isn't it?
It is.
Totally is. All right. Othig, you no longer feel the need to have to run down that cliff.
Nice.
Wow, you tore that Yanti up. She hisses and she's like, "Ah!" Othig, you're up. You know that 4 has commanded Thanok to run down the cliff.
Got it. I'm gonna look at Mav and be like, big snakes or snake ladies?
Snake ladies.
Coming at ya.
Dude, there's another nat 20.
Yeah! Rocket, my brother.
And almost full damage.
Yes.
Almost
God.
maximum damage. You just run over and just take this lady's head clean off. You just rip it right off her shoulders and it goes flying into the weeds.
I can do the butt swing on
Yep.
another target, right?
You just gotta
Actually,
be
is
at
that
5 feet of the other target, that's all.
Oh, yeah, because that's actually my max movement, isn't it? Yeah.
There it is. Now I got it. I figured it out, Andy.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that you will miss the other one.
Yep.
All right. So the constrictor snake is seemingly uninterested in the dire wolf, and it is going to take off. Dire wolf, you may make an attack of opportunity for if you want. Make sure
I would like to. Are the donkeys my allies?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, they are.
They are.
I mean, they
totally
are, but they're not
he
threatening
had-
the snake.
He had a long conversation with those donkeys.
I
Correct.
sure did.
But they're not threatening the snakes.
Oh, all right.
That's not.
I'll allow it.
That's awesome. So let's see. Attack of opportunity will be. Oh, you moved him again.
Well, he's up by the cliff edge now.
I'll just roll it in fantasy ground.
All right.
Why did it do that? It shouldn't have done that.
It's fairy fighter,
I
that's
don't-
why.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
So I will roll damage against it, and
All right, you have hurt this snake pretty badly now.
it will not be knocked prone.
It's immune to the prone condition anyways. It's a snake.
Well, I tried.
It is already prone.
It lives prone. All right, so let's see. That's this one's turn, and it's going to run over. And Othig, as this thing comes running up to you, you watch it extend its jaw, and it reaches into the back of its throat, and it kind of does a thing where it's flexing its chest, and it coughs up 2 daggers in sheaths, and it snaps off the sheaths and plunges them in at you.
That's gross.
That's kind of neat.
You should stab her as she runs towards you.
Oh, I'm gonna. Yeah, that's absolutely happening.
So she will roll a 21 and a 15 on you, but you might drop her as she enters into your square before she can attack you.
Yeah, let's sure hope so.
You have 2 people. There we go. I was super confused.
Yeah.
We need to teach these military donkeys how to fight.
Oh, that's a crit!
That's another.
You're
critical
welcome, buddy. You are welcome.
Very nice.
Very nice. And not nearly as much damage, but still
Exceeded points by 20.
plenty. Oh, it re-rolled your 1 into a 9. It is again just 1 point
Yes,
short of
it did.
max
I was
damage.
just looking for that. That's so good!
And back from the dead, Othig turns around and lets loose with his halberd, taking another creature down.
Ooh, does that mean that it can't attack him?
It's
Correct.
dead, yeah, because he can hit it before she can get in range.
Oh,
So
that's
she-
legit.
Killed it!
So she can't attack him this round.
She's
This-
totally impaled on your spear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
This
saw the
next
daggers
one
come
looks
out and I was like,
around. This next one looks around a little afraid, and casts suggestion again at Othig. You gonna suck that up?
I'm gonna suck that one up.
All right. It is very upset about that, and it is still going to run. And it's going to end up over there. Othig, you already used your reaction, so you cannot take
Yes, sir.
smack at it. This snake, I don't have enough map down there, but it flees to the south with all of its movement. So it's pretty far. It looks to be about 80 feet from you, T.
But it's glowing.
It is glowing. This pure blood is, again, it's going to run over here with its compatriot, but it's going to cast suggestion at Othig. So, okay, nobody's stopping that?
At Othig? Yeah, no, I'll stop it.
Okay,
I mean, I'll attempt to anyways.
okay. So you cast Muddle at it,
Mm-hmm.
and Othig, you get +5 to your saving throw against the suggestion. So please make a wisdom saving
right?
throw. Yep. That one will
And
succeed.
that's actually...
Oh, that's good. That's better.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they both look really frustrated. They're looking at each other a little panicked. Thanak, it's your turn.
Can I know that there's like that 25 or whatever foot ridge?
Down to the
Right.
snakes.
Yeah, can I see the snake from where I'm at?
You can see the one that hasn't moved out of the way yet, but
What about the one to the north?
no,
Number
because
2.
they're laying down on their stomach, slithering in a snake-like manner. So
Okay.
from where you're at, it looks like they're gone.
If I were to go like right there, would I be able to see it at all, or would
Yeah,
that
you'd be able to see it then.
Okay. Excuse me. I would like to cast a psychic blast at him. And then I hit him. Yes!
Oh, just enough.
Yes!
Just enough.
I put
So-
my finger up to my head like Professor X and I killed him with my brain!
You watch as this snake, as it's trying to flee, starts to its head kind of just lulls over into the ravine, and it dies. I'm going to leave it there though, because that's where the ore is.
Yeah.
And then
Yes, that's what I did.
this one flees to the south as well. So those two guys are both 80 feet down to the south. Phil, it's your turn.
Phil is. Oh, let's see. We'll see. Has 50 feet of movement, so I'm gonna give out a howl, so my companions know where I'm headed, and I'm headed to the south after the two that fled.
Okay.
Um,
You have
I
50
will-
feet of movement?
Yeah, 50 feet of movement.
Nice.
So I will use my
So you'll have to dash though.
movement.
Yeah.
Yep, I will use my full 100 feet of movement to get just in front of them and kind of howl and growl at them, trying to intimidate them.
Okay. So
I'm a
here-
large beast as well, if that matters.
It does. Here's what we're gonna do. One of them is gonna stop to fight you, and the other's gonna keep going. Just so you know when we get there, and then I'm gonna move them back up here on the map, but they are 100 feet away from you guys.
Gotcha.
Hey, Lenny,
Hey.
you are home nice and early, 9 o'clock.
Hi, Lynn.
They say hi.
Highland.
Hello.
All right, Mav, what are you up to?
Mav is going to say that they cannot run so easily, as he again uses his divine precision and lets loose a guiding bolt.
Nice. Oh!
I'm so proud of you.
It's a nat 1 though, so no matter what, it still
Oh.
misses.
Okay, bye.
You have a plus 15?
If I use my divine precision.
Good grief, homie.
That's your channel. How does that work? Where do you get that from?
It's the class. It's
Yeah.
like a channel divinity.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, a channel divinity. All right, Othig, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
Did you roll that on him? Wait, who did you attack?
Ooh.
Yanti,
You.
Pure Blood 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Wanti.
Wanty.
Oh.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Othig missed. This is with his first attack. He will hit with the butt swing, though. Nice. Solid. Come around the backside, just wallop on somebody's head. Alright. Let's see. This one says, so be it. And it coughs up 2 of the daggers, too. And it will make 2 attacks at Othig. A dirty 20 and a 19. Those will both hit you, correct?
Dang, son, yeah.
Don't worry, you're warded.
You've got a +1.
Yeah, that's true.
They still hit you?
They still have me, though.
Okay. Let's see. So that is going to be a total of 11 damage. So you can have that to 5, and
And
you
then have
each take 5.
2.
Oh,
Well,
2.
1 takes 2 and 1 takes 3.
Yeah. Good grief. All right. Let's see. This is the
You could take 3.
this constrictor snake coughs up the iron. Or no, this one is the one that's fighting. Yes.
One's fighting, one's fleeing.
This is the one that's fighting. So it coughs up the iron right on top of you, Filbert. I need you to make
Ow!
a dexterity saving throw as these crates come crashing down on you.
Well, that's rude. You said this is the one that's fighting, right?
Yes. This is its attack on you.
Gotcha. That's a really cool attack.
Well, it's improvised because I didn't expect to have to vomit any of the iron out. So
No, I like it. So the wolf only has a +2, so that'll be 7.
okay, you take a crate of iron right to the face for
Where it belongs.
18 points of damage.
Jeez.
Okay.
That is its attack, though. All right, this one is going to attack Mav twice, or Othig. Sorry, and it'll miss you both times, Othig, with a 12 and a 7 as it's trying to attack you. That's its turn. Thanik, you're up.
I would like to move 25 feet closer to the snakes and Phil. And then
They're 100 feet away.
Yes, I know. And then shoot off
Okay.
another
Psychic Blast?
psychic blast. Yeah. I would like to hit Am I the one that is already is running away is already? Yeah, I'll tag that.
You're hitting the one that's running away?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna be just about out of my range though.
That is a hit.
Have to hit. Oh, lame. 2
For
damage.
2 points of damage. Okay. This
Not
one,
as impressive as the last time.
it scoops up the... I have to need to switch these tokens around. There. This one scoops up the iron in its mouth, pushing Phil out of the way, and then it uses its movement to continue to flee.
Oh, I'm gonna use my attack of opportunity on that one.
Do it. And
Both of you only took 3 damage.
Oh, I need you to make a concentration check.
I made it to 19.
Okay,
It's up
cool.
top
Awesome.
there.
I saw that dice roll, actually, and I was like, why is he rolling? I now understand. So you hit it, 30, 20
so I will hit it for 12 points
Nice.
of bitey damage. If I succeed on the strength throws, can I take half of one of its movements? It says knocked prone on here. You said it's immune to being prone?
Yes.
Okay, so I wouldn't even be able to reduce its movement speed?
No. I mean,
Okay.
it doesn't have any legs. You can't knock it down. It
So I just bite it
yeah.
real hard.
Yep.
Okay, so I
just
won't
make
even make the saving throw then.
It's
You
worth
just
an
make
ask.
it roll over.
Yep, I was hoping maybe I could like chew on it for a second and take like 10 feet of its movement or
All right.
something.
It is now your turn.
Oh, hey, cool.
This one
I
is now
will-
120 feet away from Thanok.
Right. So it moved how many feet away from me just now?
40.
Oh, well, I'm gonna take the attack of opportunity from this one then, and I'm gonna run off after the one that ran away
Okay.
because that's within 50 feet of me, so I can get to it and bite it.
Does a 19 get you?
Oh yeah, as a
Okay.
wolf seed.
Then
Yeah, I only
I
have a
need
15
you-
AC.
Then you are grappled by this creature as it wraps you up in its coils and is
Oh!
constricting you.
Well, that's rude.
It is no longer choking on iron, so it can use its constriction power. And you're going to take
Yeah.
13 points of crushing damage. Bludgeoning. And you are restrained.
Okay. You said 13?
Yep. So you haven't used an action or a bonus action yet, so you do still have those.
Oh, yeah. Can I use an... What is it to get out of a grapple?
It's an action.
Yeah, I will use my action to get out of to attempt to get out of the grapple.
Okay. So you can roll an athletics or a acrobatics check to attempt to break the grapple.
Was he scared that he got grappled?
Huh.
No, you're already fighting the snakes. It's more of a surprised scare. It's got to be a
Yeah,
jump scare.
because of the alert thing with the methods. Anytime we get into combat, if it normally would have caused me to be surprised,
Then it rolls.
I instead poof.
Yep. So go ahead. You're going to need to beat a 23. Oh, that's so stinking close.
Wait,
What
what's
is
the
my
oth-
bonuses for
yeah?
athletics?
What's the bonus on the?
That'll be a 23. No. Plus 5.
It's
No,
23.
that's a 22.
Plus 5 is
Oh,
23.
yeah, there you go.
you
So I don't know
weasel
what
out.
that does.
Yes.
Sweet. In that case, I run up to the other one, but I don't have anything I can do.
Okay. Math.
I can move 10 feet past it, so I'll move in front of it and again snarl at it, trying to make it know that it ain't getting away from me.
Okay.
Mav is unhappy that he failed last time, and will once again use his divine precision for the last time, and fire off a guiding bolt.
That one will hit.
Yeah, that will, because it's actually a 26. But
Oh, yeah. It would be.
Does this thing's
Man,
movement
those double
speed
ones.
Does this
Oh,
thing
those-
feel like it's moving slower because it's got all this iron in it, or
Yes.
is it legitimately okay?
I need to be able to re-roll those ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Othig, you're up. One of them just got walloped by a guiding bolt. And the other one has not been hurt yet.
Yes. So I'm actually going to do this a little backwards. Hot dog!
Dude, your dice are so hot tonight.
Seriously. I'm going to use my butt swing on the one that's heavily... Well, actually, they're both heavily injured now, so I guess it really doesn't matter.
You do know that the
one
other
has
one took a
advantage.
lot more damage, and you have advantage on it.
Oh. Oh. Yes. Okay.
Just in case you want to roll another night.
Like a critical hit.
Crit butt swing!
Just in case you want to critically hit another one.
Jeez, man.
Jeez, man, indeed.
This
Hold
is
it
what
back
happens.
in the
This
grave.
is what happens when you die, and then Lady Kane brings you back to life.
I love it. Document it. That's true fact.
We should
right
just send her a thank you card like, hey, thanks for
We should.
imbuing him with the new powers.
there.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So this one just continues to pound away at you with the dagger, hoping to cause hurt and pain. And 21 and a 18. 18 hit you? Ryan? It's 18 hit Oath?
Yes. Yes.
So that'll be another 11 points of damage, so you guys can divide up the damage again the way you did before.
So you take 2, I take 3.
Another 3? Okay.
All right, Constrictor Snake 3 is going to chase after the dire wolf. It's a lot faster without that iron in it. And it is going to make a constriction attack against you again. That is an 18,
Yeah, 18 will hit.
and it wraps you up for 17 points of damage. And you are restrained. I can move 60 now. It's going to pull you 10 feet further away from the one that's running.
It can do all of that?
It has movement left. If you're restrained, it can move with you.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Thanak, you're up.
How far away is that? You said it was like exactly 120.
120.
Then I'm gonna move 25 feet closer. I'm gonna hit him again with another. I am gonna guess your fairy fire went off.
I don't think so. With a plus. No, my fairy fire's still good.
Oh yeah, okay, sweet. Yes.
There's another crit for you boys tonight.
Sweet. And then that's it.
All right. It uses its movement and its dash, and it is now
50 feet away from me.
yep. Is 145 feet from Thanak. Theok. All right. Let's see. Phil, it's your turn. You are restrained.
Um. Yeah, I don't like these snakes at all. I definitely don't feel like I did a good job of getting out last time.
Yeah, you well, I did a very good job of holding on to you, but it was hard. You do know that it was
Yeah.
hard. And you do have disadvantage right now because you're restrained if you attack it.
Right. I'm gonna try and get away from it.
Okay.
Haha. +5
Wow.
is
Probably gonna
24.
get it. Yeah. Yeah, I got a 23 or 21 that time, so
Yep, and then I will run and catch up. So I am at the other creature.
You do
But
know
I know
that
this
you
one's
are.
just going to catch up to me and do the same thing. So
Yeah, it is going to do that. Is what's going to happen, and you do know you are way far away from your family right now.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm there. I'm with him.
I was going to say, I did just see this one get bolted. So, like, I know that at least someone's nearish by.
Okay.
You're just seeing these like blue sniper
And then
shots.
my bonus
coming over
action,
your
I
head.
will heal myself.
Okay.
So
Othig, that Yanti is going to miss you with both of its attacks. So here we go again. The snake is going to attack Oat. Zip up and attempt to constrict Filbert. 19 on the dice. And so that's another 15 damage, Filbert.
sweet.
And you are constricted. Thanak.
So I'm gonna move 25 feet closer.
How far does your thing go?
120.
It's still fairy fired. I got my save.
Make your attack roll on it. That'll hit the snake. This poor snake's gonna have the worst migraine of its life ever.
That's it.
All right, so then it moves another 40 feet away.
I'm gonna make an attack of opportunity on it at disadvantage because I'm restrained.
It moved you 10 feet away. You're not within range
I
of
don't,
it.
you didn't say it that time, so I wasn't sure if you did it.
Well, I said the
Do I
same.
get any kind of strength, anything against that?
No,
It's not bigger than me.
Yeah.
It is bigger than you. It's
a gargantuan creature.
Look at it. Look how many squares it takes up.
Massive.
Seriously. Thing's as big as a tree top.
Yep. It's a restrain and grapple effect, man.
Yeah, I will be remembering these things when I start doing them. That's all.
Also, I hit you for 15 last time. How come you still have 9 temporary hit points?
I healed myself both of my last times.
Got it. I was trying because I was like, but you're Filbert again. That's what in my head what I was thinking.
Oh no, I'm still a large dire wolf.
Okay. Yeah, but it wraps you up and pulls you away.
Okay.
And
snake's like as big as a house.
It is now your turn.
Seriously.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna try and get away from it.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
So it pulled me 10 feet. That thing went another 40, which puts it 50 from me.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I will make another strength check at +5. Look at it spin.
What is it doing?
Whoa.
What the crap?
Why is it doing that? Stop it! My anxiety. Stop it. 16.
Okay, well, I only rolled
spun forever.
I rolled a 7 plus 8 this time, so you still beat me.
All right, out I go. So that's action, that, and I will again use bonus action to heal up. This time I can't use a second.
Man, I wish there was a syntax you could add to your dice throws to make it roll like top.
Roll like a top.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. That thing was ridiculous.
All right, so you run back up to it again?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Mav, you're up.
How far away are they?
We are
Long
probably
ways.
like we are
From you,
probably
you're about
close
200
to 200.
feet.
Yeah.
They're probably closer to the mine than they are to our location at this point.
That's not true.
No, that is true.
Yeah, what the heck? We'll just shoot this guy.
Nope.
Or not.
Or not. Othig.
I'm gonna move 25 feet this way.
Okay. Nope, Othig misses too.
Oh, I didn't even target, but I'll do butt swing.
Oh
Nope.
no.
Oh, sad day.
The pure blood hangs on. So here we go. 2 more stabby stabs.
The real hero here is that pure blood.
And you're only going to get hit once this time for 5 points of damage. So what do you each take? 2?
So the total is 5 damage.
Yep.
So the damage would be 2, and then we each take 1.
Okay.
No, that's not right.
It's resistance.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yes, you're right. Yep, 100%. Sorry.
Yep. Filbert.
Wait, what?
Filbert, the snake runs up to you,
Oh, yeah, okay.
grabs you, and you take another 13 damage.
Oh, it hit me again?
Yep. And this time, you see its head pick up. It goes over the cliff with you.
Oh, that's rude. Well, I still have one wolf hit point. I don't know what that's going to mean. Wait, we're still by a cliff? I thought we headed inland.
No, there's a cliff that runs all
for a
along this
long
road.
ways.
Look back at the Ilanos map. It runs the whole length of the road.
Well, that's good. The snake is committing seppuku.
It is committing seppuku. It realized that you might actually succeed in dragging this out till midnight.
Yep.
What did Thanak do?
Filbert, you're wrapped up in the snake, so you're going to be cushioned from a lot of the fall, but I do need a dexterity saving throw as you guys tumble down the cliff together.
If you're restrained, you automatically fail dexterity saving throws.
You can still make one unless you really want me to kill you.
No, I of course I don't.
The snake is plummeting down, so you're
that's a
falling
10.
down together. All right, so you're going to take full damage. That is this many's. That's really low. Filbert, you take a beating down this hill, but you take 22 points of bludgeoning damage tumbling down this cliff.
Does the snake take damage too?
The snake is dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let's see that.
I have 7 hit points left.
How far was I from Phil?
About just less than 100 feet.
Because they weren't moving. No, they were moving.
They
were,
kept
that's right.
scooching up and catching up, but he had done the pullback thing, and
Yeah.
So
Yep.
you're about 80 to 100 feet.
Okay.
I'm not a wolf anymore.
All right.
Oh. but
Okay,
I
so
concentrate on my fairy fire.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna yell as loud as I can. Phil, are you dead?
No, but the fairy fire is still going.
That's how you
Just
don't
barely.
actually hear Phil, but you see that the fairy fire's still up, so you know he's not dead.
Okay. So
That's
I'm gonna,
awesome. I prefer
make,
that.
I'm gonna make a call with you, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay. I can dash for 50.
Mm-hmm.
He can move for only 40.
No, yes.
So we're gonna run into a situation where I dash one round, and then the next round I move and attack.
No. He moves 80. No?
He
He was only moving
With
40 because
the
he's
iron,
double.
he was only moving.
Yeah, you're right. He moves 40.
So we're in a situation where as long as he's got 2 iron in him,
he's not. He was doing that because he was taking the disengage action from Phil. He did not want to get hit by Phil and lose hit points.
That makes sense.
I was like, wait a minute. No, I know he moves 80. And I couldn't figure out why I was doing that. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So this snake is definitely going to outpace you.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha. I didn't think he was having to take the disengage action because the other one was pulling me. When I had asked, are these things encumbered? Because he got extra ore. Because otherwise, you wouldn't have pulled me back.
You would say that he's since carrying 2 things of iron.
Yeah,
he's
you're right.
slow.
No, you're right. Because that's why he was pulling you back. You will catch up to it if you start dashing. Do you guys want to chase after the snake?
I don't necessarily want to kill this. So if here's just to speed this along because this will take.
Right. I have plans for this. So if you want to chase the snake down, you can.
I would like If he decides to vomit out the iron, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So you're going to chase the snake down. It does not look like he's going to vomit out the iron.
Okay.
Filbert, what are you doing? You're stuck at the bottom of a cliff.
So Filbert, feeling defeated on all of that, is just going to start ritual casting locate. What is the spell? Locate animals and plants, and just focus on the snake, and he can sense its presence within 5 miles.
Mhm.
But that's going to take him 10 minutes, however long a ritual.
10 minutes and 6 seconds.
Sure, but he's sitting at the bottom of the cliff, kind of just like wrapped up in this snake, and he's like, "Well, that sucked." So he's gonna take a second and heal himself up, and then cast that. So I'll be out of whatever's happening in the rounds to come.
Okay.
But that's his intention, is to ritual cast that.
All right. Sounds good. Well, you guys see, as you start to chase the snake, it definitely turns inland and starts to head east. And it's doing its best to book. And you guys are trudging along. Your dwarves, you're sprinting at top speed. Make some constitution saving throws for me.
Every other round, I should get, because I'm running 50 feet and then 25. So he's only going 40 feet.
Dead. That stupid thing. and
Ooh, this might affect Thanok. As soon as I start casting that other spell, Fairy Fire goes down. I don't know what Thanok would do with that.
That's a great question.
I'm sorry, like meta. That's not necessarily meta. That's definitely RP wise for Adam.
No.
But would it go down until you finish casting the ritual?
No, the moment you start casting another concentration spell, the first one goes away. That's why you make the circulet that you gave. What's his name?
Yeah, but you haven't finished the ritual. That's never mind. Fine, it's down.
I don't.
And it only lasts a minute
I
anyway.
don't want to metagame this. So Mike, I'll let you make the overall charge on this.
Yeah.
How long does Fairy Fire last in the first place?
A minute?
Only 1 minute.
So
It was getting really close to being up anyways.
There's a serious chance that I would just understand it dropped.
Yep.
Because it was still there after he...
I think it is safe for you to assume that Phil is alive.
I've also cast it on you a lot recently, so you know how long it lasts.
Yeah.
So
okay.
All right. So you three, after finishing off that very resilient Yanti, chase this thing, and it leads you on a chase for miles. Filbert, at this point in time, you would have recovered well enough, been able to scrabble up the cliff, gathered the donkeys and the spit out iron back. You'd even be able to take a short rest. And
sweet.
And do stuff.
I should still be able to get hits on it.
After a bit, you'll be able to get hits on it. But
it should be every other round, I think. Whatever, it's fine. I don't want to drag this out.
But you were a really far distance for it, so you have to cover that distance first as it's actively getting away from you. So after a bit, you do catch up to it, and you guys can start launching spells at it. But it's using the natural terrain as cover, and it's ducking down behind things, and so it takes you a bit to get there. And you guys, you get into an area not too far off the road, only a mile or so, as you're trying to keep pace with this snake. And I will let you make... Andy, you don't have cantrips, do you? Or do you?
I do.
Yeah, you do. How far is your furthest one out? Like cantrip?
I think 60 feet. Yeah, 60 feet.
Okay. So at a point you'll get to catch up too. So Adam, if you want to make, we'll just say you land 2. You guys can each land 2 on this thing.
Okay. So just do the damage on him?
Yeah.
Yeah, really?
Ouch. That's better.
Yeah.
All right, you guys Between its saving throws and your casting, you land 2 spells on it, and you start to see you're in an area of land that has been freshly upset. There are pitched cliffs and crags and canyons, and you realize you're probably near the epicenter of the earthquake from not too long
that's
ago. The
right.
entire area is just an absolute wreck. And then you see it. You see coming up over a rise, and you can see where the snake is going. What is that? What? That's not the right map, you jerk.
Should we close the washed out road?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yes, you can. We're off that map.
Okay.
Phil's not.
No, Phil is
I'm,
not.
I'm still there.
Neither
I
is-
would
No,
imagine.
neither
I
is
would
the
imagine
original
you're
Iron.
chasing it too, aren't you? Unless you want to hang out.
I didn't even know, like, I'd know where these guys were. I mean, I was fighting that thing while they were already running off
Well-
after it.
Mav kind of saw. Mav was close enough, at least. To...
Matt was the intermediary.
Yeah, you would have seen where they ran off to as you were killing that thing off. So if you want to chase after them, you can.
All
The other
right, I
thing-
mean,
the other
yeah, because
thing
we've
is
got
that
plenty of
there
other
is-
help to watch the rest of the wagons and stuff.
No, the
Yeah,
other
the other-
help is gone.
What? No one else is around?
You sent everybody else ahead.
Yeah.
The donkeys are there.
Yeah. So it might be okay if you stay and
Yeah.
get that iron out of that other.
Yeah, I would stay because we have to do some iron recovery.
Okay. So Phil, when you scrabble up the cliff and come trotting back, you do see Othig. And you're pretty happy to see Othig.
Yeah, pretty happy to see everything.
And you found out that the other 2 ran off ahead. Now, you guys, you're booking it down the road, and you finally
The
managed...
idea of this is so insane.
Yes, it is.
Little dwarves just chucking.
This is. And it's because Tony does Tony things, and...
Yep.
Yes. And I didn't want to be a jerk and just be like, no, I'm going to throw you off the cliff. And I figured, no, I'll outpace him really easily. No, because dire wolves have 50 freaking feet of movement. What the heck? When? How do you plan around that? You can't ever.
He could be a barbarian. Give him an
Yeah.
extra 10.
So you guys managed to finally put an end to the snake, and you see standing near the edge of this crag as it dies and coughs up. Well, it doesn't cough up the iron, but it dies. You see a lone figure standing there. Zooming in on this figure, you see it to be a man who's about 6.5, 7 feet tall with a snake for a head.
Okay.
And he's standing there with 2 drawn swords staring at you 2.
We're gonna die.
Mav is just gonna look at Panic.
I mean, I'm
I
just
don't
gonna
know.
start. I'm just gonna take my axe out and start hacking the snake up so I can get my iron out of it.
No, I think it's like far away, like towards him.
Yeah, the snake
That's
is...
fine.
I will put the snake on the map so you know where it died. It died right there, and he's walking up to it. And it's a little bit bigger than that. They are gargantuan. They weren't tough, but they were designed to eat things.
Yeah, no, that is exactly what he would do. He would just walk up there.
You're after your iron.
Yeah,
Um,
despite that this is going to get me killed.
Mav is gonna cast Warding Bond on Panic.
that you do need the rings for. So you would, and you could. They have to be attuned. The rings do have to be attuned together. So I'm gonna say that Othig's got your warding bond.
Even with the holy symbol,
That's true.
because the holy symbol
There's no-
replaces the material components.
Yeah, there's no monetary cost to the rings.
No, there is a monetary cost to the rings. But
I hate components so much.
I do too.
I just do.
And fine if we go that route. That
We didn't talk about it this campaign. I assume that we went with it the rules from how we did it last campaign, where if it has if the item or whatever it is consumed by it, then you need to have it.
No, this one, I'm definitely the way this one states the rule. You have to have the rings, and I'm okay with you having them already, so you could give them to Othig.
Okay.
But yeah, it doesn't say you consume it, but it's got that specific gold piece, and it is a very specifically worded rule. It's not like casting Identify where you just have to have something. So
Okay.
Yep. Okay, I won't do that then.
all right, so this guy's dead. You managed to whittle it down, so it's bleh.
Yeah, I am not that brazen.
Should we re-roll?
This guy draws 2 scimitars out, and he starts to move towards you. You gonna engage him?
Yeah, I'll pull the shield out.
All right.
Oh man.
I would just like to say, even at this point, Tony would have ran away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna charge him or anything like that, but I'm definitely like getting in a defensive stance.
Okay. It looks a little wary. It's moving around. It's sizing up the 2 of you, and then roll initiative. It starts running towards you. Oh, that's nice. Oh man, and I got a 19 on mine. I was like, yeah, I got him. Nope, I don't.
Okay.
All right, Thana, you're up.
You know, if you live through this, I don't think it's going to be pissed that he wasn't part of this fight.
I know. Don't worry, I will bring you his head.
Mav and Othig both.
If I could hear you promise that, I'm going to hold you to it.
All right, well, frickin' here we go.
Here we go.
Jeez.
Now I know why we don't typically play after 9:30.
Bad decisions.
Hey, he's wounded. Yay!
Yeah.
Captain's Court
All right.
them already.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't explain to me. You just do you. You're fine. I just had to rework some stuff. All right, so it lunges forward and it tries to bite you, but you feel like it really wasn't expecting you to hit, so it misses. And then it comes around with the scimitars, and it misses with both of those too. It blocks with the swings, and then it kind of slows down a little bit. You feel like that first burst of energy is the only time it was going to be able to do all 3 of those. Mav
is gonna walk forward. Tap his brother on the shoulder, give him some extra shielding. Oh, wait a second! What am I doing? I'm not getting anywhere near there. I got 60 feet.
I was gonna say, what are you doing, man?
Wish him some healing or some shielding.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Oh, nice.
Toll him the dead.
What did you give me?
That's a nat 1 for
Shield of Faith, 2 AC.
Oh, bro. We're gonna end him.
All right, Thanik.
You're getting it.
Little inspiration.
Well, not so much. I mean, I hit him.
Thank you. I need to add that playing.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right, that was that. You did. Your
Yep.
turn?
That's it.
Okay,
That's it.
cool.
Yep.
All right, so this time he's just coming after you with the scimitars.
Okay.
And a dirty 20 will hit you, correct?
Not at the moment.
Oh,
Wait, did you give me 2 AC?
2 AC.
Yeah, so no.
All right,
misses.
so he goes to swing at you, and he's pretty sure he's got you, and you just kind of bring that shield around, and he misses. So, Mav, you're up.
Mav is going to smile and fire off a guiding bolt and miss.
All right, Thanik, you're up.
Here we go again. I'm so excited about this guy. Great.
Nail him.
We're getting there. Oh, setting up camp.
Othig and Phil are just back there going, I wonder when they're coming back.
Yeah.
How much trouble can they get into?
Yawn tease.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, it's another nat 1.
Jeez.
And he's going to miss. That extra armor is just getting to him.
The Mav is going to cast his last spell, fire off a second level guiding bolt, and this time it'll hit.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, brother.
He takes some major damage from that one. And let's see, we are on Thanak's turn.
Thanak. Here we go with the Morning Star. Oh, man.
Nope, not that
How
time.
lame is that? Jeez.
That's a nat 20. So he is
Okay.
going to hit you with this one.
I'm going to
About
put up
time.
the deflecting ward real quick.
Okay. You're going to take... I need 10 points of slashing damage from the scimitar, from the critical hit. And then I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
You said... Did you reduce that in your head at all? Or
No,
is
I
that
did
just
not.
what the rolls?
That's
okay.
what the roll was.
So you said it was 10?
Yep. And this is a poison effect, so you do have advantage on it.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Oh, jeez.
All right. Well, the poison hits you for 21 damage. Luckily, you're a dwarf, and you can have that to 10.
Very nice.
And he sees you kind of shake off that poison, which would normally kill somebody else, and he's a little upset about that.
Yeah.
So Mav, healing.
Oh,
Tim.
don't even worry about me. Like, do not even worry about me. I am just. I guess honestly, here's what I would do. As soon as I saw you coming close to me, I would just say, hit him. Just hit him. Don't worry about that.
It's okay.
So I have to add that back to me. How much did you?
11.
11?
You're not going to allow me to heal you?
No, keep hitting him.
Fine.
No, just keep hitting him.
And this
I
is
can't.
what
No
Thanak
good
does.
decisions.
The heal would have been more effective.
Adam,
Oh, come
if
on.
we approach
What?
Lady Kane for Thanak, is she going to allow him to be rezzed?
No, she's gonna be like, dude, he's stupid.
Alright. So it saves against the Toll the Dead. Thanak, you're up.
All right.
You know why we're playing late? It's because my wife came home early. It's the only reason.
Yeah.
So you feel like
That's
you're
a
just
hit?
barely connecting on this guy at 12, but you do manage to hit him.
It's all right. And then with my bonus action, I'll use second.
Nice.
There you go.
All right, so he's going to turn around and take 2 cranks with that scimitar again. Oh. Double 4s on the dice, so that's 2 misses. And that is Mav.
Oh, we'll try this again.
That'll be a fail.
That'll be a 3.
Thanak.
Jeez. We're gonna get this.
Dude,
You and me.
You're
You
doing
and
a
me.
lot better than I expected.
Holy cow.
There you go, buddy.
If you die, Phil's
Oh, come on.
definitely gonna feel like it's his fault. I'm just saying.
Man, I can't make this stuff up. I haven't rolled over a 6, except for the 2 times that I've rolled a 20.
Oh man.
You know, but not natural.
Oh.
So, Mav, you're up.
Mav will told the dead again.
Yay!
Nope.
Thanak.
Oh jeez.
I'm just gonna quit moving the combat tracker around.
Yeah.
I'm done with it. That'll hit.
How's he look?
Terrible.
Terrible.
He's the lich.
That's it for me.
All right. Here come my 2 attacks. 21. So I will hit you with the
21 hits.
scimitar.
Yep.
And it's non-critical damage this time. But I need another con save from you. So he slashes you for 5.
Okay. 5. What's
Nice.
yeah.
That'll do.
So you will take 3 poison damage. That is already with both reductions.
Okay.
So
Do you want heals now, you foolish dwarf?
I mean, yeah, I'll take one now.
And Mav, it is your turn.
You have your second win, don't you?
No, you
I
already
used
used it.
Man, we're just gonna kind of hang out behind him.
Dude. And roll max heal.
Yeah. Nice.
Roll a max heal.
Can you still go away?
No.
So
But next turn, you better believe I'm going.
Okay. Okay.
All right, that's you, Thanik.
I am going to, because I'm a little worried about you being right there. So, can I try to grapple him?
I mean, you can.
Yeah, I want to try to grapple him just so that Mav has time to get away without getting.
Oh, gosh. I'm going to say it. Don't roll a 1. Ah, it didn't help me. Didn't help me.
You're getting glared at.
Okay, so I am going to move him. I just want to like push him back like 2 squares.
Sure, you can do that for sure.
Yeah, just so that Mav's not in
Melee.
Yeah.
Melee options.
yeah.
All right. Well, it turns around and it's going to take 2 cranks at you. That's a 2 on the dice, and well, that's a 10, but it's still not going to hit you. Mav.
Mav will toll the dead.
Nice.
Yeah!
Yeah! Yes!
Oh!
And now I'm gonna take my hand axe out and I'm gonna chop his head off.
As you
For
pull
all
out, as you pull out your hand axe, you hear a very loud hissing noise from the crater to the east.
I'm gonna take something else out again. All right. You ready?
Mav
You
is
ready,
gonna-
Mav?
Mav is gonna mention that it might be prudent that we relocate at this point.
Yeah, but we gotta get that iron. I don't know how we're gonna carry it.
Drag that frickin' snake back with you already. I don't care what you gotta do. Get out.
Well, you guys look at each other, and you kind of smile because you're like, well, we could maybe
just
kill
did
another thing. And then you don't hear anything else.
Well, we have a logistics problem because we don't have a cart or donkeys to drag this iron out,
Yep.
Yes.
and we're like several miles away now.
Are they within 5 miles?
They are within 5 miles, so Phil, you know where they are.
Nope, because I felt the ping go off.
Yeah.
Do I sense any other snakes within that 5 miles?
Yes.
Oh, good. Albert, can you go collect my friends?
So after a
You're
little
faster than I am.
you guys
can
are
fly.
are you backing away from the crater? Are you staying where you're at? Are you going towards the split? What are you doing?
Can we loot the body?
You can definitely loot the body.
Yeah, let's do that. I for real do want his head though.
That's fine. As you do stuff, you don't find any other, or you don't hear any other noises. Nothing else scary happens. Yeah.
Yet.
Did the snake vomit up the iron?
No, it's still inside it.
So we'd have to cut that thing open.
Yep. So I threw the Wantees loot in there. It is all very stylized. You guys recognize the style of the scimitars and the necklace that he had on him. It's very similar to the dagger that you found in the composting pit.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, let's grab it. Was the potion of healing on him, or was that from before?
I believe that was on him.
Okay.
Oh, I should have remembered that. Oh,
It's
well.
okay. We did it, and you killed us. Okay, so
he killed
let's take.
Should we start hacking at the snake?
Well, here's my thought. We for real don't have any way to carry this now. Like it's a big shipment, right? Like there's
Yeah.
no way that we'd be able to carry it.
You guys would probably be able to muscle 2 boxes of the 20 back.
Yeah. So what we should probably do is leave everything here as it is.
And
Go
go
get
get
the
a cart
carts. Yeah, go get the carts and come back.
Okay.
and find out that it's gone. But
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say Philbert's smart enough to know that you guys aren't gonna be able to carry it. He can start leading the donkeys in that direction
It's true.
as best.
That's true.
Especially
I
once
mean, it's-
Owlbert flies back and tells you that they're okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and then I'll stay with the remaining carts and stuff since Filbert would have already helped me kind of gather all that up, maybe.
Yep.
why don't you
most of
bring
it.
it with you?
Yeah, bring it with us. I mean, you make your own decisions because we can't talk to you.
Yeah, we can bring all 3 carts with us.
All right.
So it's like, wait. No, why would we do
We're not
that? That's
splitting
like
the
in the
party
opposite
more.
direction.
That's-
We're trying to head back northwest.
It is, but you can gather you guys back together and then drive around the washout.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd rather have 4 of us with 3
together.
carts than 3 of us with 3 carts and 1 of us alone on their own.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll go back as well.
Yeah.
Set out with Filbert.
Time-wise, how long has passed? Not long.
a decent amount of time. A half hour,
Is it an
45
hour?
minutes.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I
it
mean,
hasn't been an hour?
We ran.
I would say no, not at this point.
We ran a
Okay.
few miles, so
Yeah.
at a healthy dwarf sprint, that's probably still
2.5 hours.
Yeah. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that.
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
All right. So you guys gather up all this stuff. Filbert, make a perception check for me.
Mav,
Because you
I
have
would just
Albert.
Oh,
I would
okay.
just like to say, Mav, that is not how I pictured that going.
Well, I couldn't
No,
hit you. It should have been a lot
For
worse,
real.
but I just could not hit you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Like, yeah, no, I mean that was yeah, that was I want you to know, Mike, he was still
He was what?
scary.
Yeah.
Are you with Filbert? Are you allowing the advantage on perception checks from the owl?
Is that what the owl has?
Yep, owls
Yep,
have advantage on
absolutely.
perception checks with sight
Absolutely.
or hearing.
Yep.
Ooh, 18.
18. Filbert, Albert draws your attention to the hole.
Oh, good.
Do you want to look?
I will have Albert do a flyover,
Can you see through his eyes?
only within a very short distance, not like the Pact of the Chain that gets
Right.
forever.
Okay.
It's a very short distance, and I'm blind and deaf while I'm doing it.
Yeah.
But it's still like 100 feet, isn't it?
It's something like that. I'd have to.
Well,
look
basically, this is what happens. Let's just not waste any more time on it. It's after 10 now. We haven't done this in a long time. Filbert, peeking over the edge of the cliff at Albert's urging, you see 2 very large eyes and a massive snake head slide out of the darkness, or slide back into the darkness.
Oh,
You get the impression from what Owlbert can vaguely communicate to you in the little bit of time you were inside of him looking out, that it was just very recently further up on the cliff, probably watching you guys. But as it was noticed, it retreated, and it is now far down into the darkness of that ravine. So there's that.
Well, guys, let's go kill a giant snake.
Well, you have your iron. Do you want to get it out of here?
Yes.
yeah, we do.
Yes.
Bum, 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 bum.
Well, definitely.
With locate, while these guys are loading up the ore, can I focus on locate animals again and just see how many snakes are in the area surrounding me?
Sure. You do that, and you were kind of doing this like when you were catching up to the guys. How long does that last?
It's an instantaneous burst.
Ah, got it.
So there was the pulse letting me know where they were, and now there's another pulse, kind of like a sonar ping.
Got
It's
it.
instantaneous.
There are thousands of snakes nearby this area,
Oh, good.
which is different to the hundreds that you pinged before.
Okay.
You pinged what you thought was a normal amount of snakes before, but you were able to pick up on the giant one. This is different, and many of them are quite large.
Can we get out before we die?
Yeah. We're
Yep. You guys cart up. You drive back to town. We will wrap up some of this other stuff with downtime. But the captain is thrilled to see you. He asks you how long it took you to get across the mud gap.
Long time.
Took us this long.
Took us this long to go around it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says, "I hope there was no trouble."
And I'll pull out the head.
He
Just show
jumps
it to him?
back. He's like, "Where did you find that?"
On the shoulders of his
Right. He
On the
looks.
shoulders
He
of his
eye
body.
rolls you. And
No, I'll tell him where. I'll tell him.
tell him what happened.
Yeah, and like the look is the best location that I guess we can give him, because there's some giant snake thing out there that is what caused the earthquake in the first place.
He looks at you in disbelief. He's like, "I don't know what to tell you." Well, okay. And
Yeah.
he is visibly shaken by seeing a Yuan Ti. It's not settling well with him. So he's like, "Can you put that thing away?"
Is there a taxidermist in town?
You could find somebody to do
Where
it for you.
Grummy?
Yes,
Yeah.
Grummy can do it. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways,
yeah.
He pays out 600 gold to the guild for the job done, and then he pays you guys a bonus 300 for each snake you killed, and then another 300 for killing all the snakes and recovering all the ore.
Nice.
Dang. All right.
So you get 1,500 gold, and he says, "Someone called in a favor for you. Don't know who, but I can guess." And he slides you a piece of paper. It's a rolled up piece of paper.
I'll open it up.
Yeah.
It is the deed to the building that was about to go to auction that is no longer going to auction.
Oh.
You now own the old Iron Fist estate
In town.
in town.
How cool.
All right.
So, and that's where I'll leave you, because it's late.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was our income that we got
1,500 total.
total?
Yep. 50 to
So-
each guild member, and then 900. Nope, it's more than that. 1,200 bonus.
So 1,800.
Yes, 1,800 total. Sorry.
Jeez.
Did we get some infamy for that?
We definitely got some info from something.
Yeah, I will. I have a message from Mike later on that one. so.
Mike,
Do you
when
get infamy for coming back from the dead?
depending on the culture, probably. Mike, I would like to cast, and we can deal with it later, but detect magic on the snakes.
One
On
of the
the swords and
scimitars
stuff.
is enchanted.
Okay. Okay.
And then the potion is enchanted. The necklace and the other scimitar is not, but they're really cool looking. They're stylized with snake imagery on them and stuff. But knowing where they came from, it's a little off-putting, actually.
Yeah.
Everybody can add 60 gold to their coffers.
You mean Tabby can?
Sure.
Gotta indulge
Alright.
that shopping habit.
Yeah.
That went Way better than I thought it would.
Yeah,
Way better.
way better for you guys.
Yeah.
I thought that would.
I thought we were gonna have 2 funerals.
Yep.
Seriously, I was like, oh man.
I knew the two of you would kill that thing. I just wasn't sure if you'd both make it home.
Yeah.
I was like, one of these guys might not make it back.
Yeah.
But then seriously, I couldn't roll for nothing.
The dice
Well,
have
I mean,
favored us
I
this
hadn't-
night.
I hadn't taken any